I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Fisher?
Yes.
Clerk Newbeck here. Treasurer Brown?
Here.
Trustee Aliaga?
Here.
Trustee Morocco?
Here.
Trustee Nalamothu? Here. And Trustee Ritchie?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, great. Item D, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So
Move.
moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the agenda. Any discussion about it? Not all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Agenda is approved. Any board announcements?
Well, I just want to welcome our new trustee, Sam Morocco. Congratulate him and
Thank you.
happy to see him today.
I was going to say the same thing. Welcome, Sam.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. I also want to, since this is my last meeting, I want to express my gratitude to this board for appointing me a year ago, roughly, and the magnanimous motion of Paul, because he was running, but he nominated me, and I also want to express my thanks and gratitude for a unanimous vote. And it's been my pleasure for this year to serve the township. So, and I'll ride off in the sunset.
Thank you, Jerry.
Old soldiers never die, they say, right? Yeah. But I'll never run again.
Never say never.
Right. My wife says never. Any public announcements? Seeing none. Now, public comment. People have 5 minutes. Anybody would like to speak on a matter that is not on the agenda, be recognized, come up to the podium and give your name and address. Yes.
Good evening. My name's Christy Giampatroni. I live at 15 Walden Road, and just wanted to ask a question. On the day of the election, I was a candidate for the Clarkston School Board, and we had a great evening. It was cold, but in the evening when we went back home, we were watching the count of the votes that were coming in. And we began to see the tallies and the counts being taken, and we saw them. But then throughout the evening, we noticed that there was a stall in the number of votes that were coming in. We weren't seeing anything being tallied. So just began to be concerned about that. I would say it was maybe about 9:30, 10 o'clock when that occurred. And then about 11 o'clock, we were still checking the Oakland County website to see if anything had changed, if there was any show of any votes coming through, and did not see that. And then we just decided to just go to bed and wake up in the morning and hopefully see the results there. So that was a little bit disappointing because we were really hoping to have the results, that evening, and wanting to know if there was a position there that was opening. And then the morning when I woke up, I did go to the Oakland County website and look to see what the results were, and still did not see it. So when I called the Oakland County, the clerk's office there, they had mentioned that they were waiting for the township to bring the results in. And I said, well, I still am not seeing those results from Independence Township. And unfortunately, the call ended. And so I did call the township here. There was a very nice person, the clerk was there to help, and she gave me the results. She did say that they were already given, but I was not able to pull them up. So there was just some challenges and some stumbling blocks in trying to get the results. And my question is, I guess, is what had happened, what occurred, or what had happened throughout that evening that caused those votes to not be tallied
I can
or
speak
not
on
be
it if you
shown?
want me
Yes,
to.
please. Carrie.
The counting board worked until about 5:30 a.m. on Wednesday morning. This is the first time we've had a two-page ballot ever in Independence Township. They had over 18,000 ballots to count and tabulate, so it took that long.
Okay,
That's what I can tell you.
okay.
I mean, I was down here and all my staff, we had probably 25 of us counting ballots, sorting ballots. A two-page ballot was a challenge at the precincts as well as it was for the counting board. So we hope to never have that again.
Thank you.
So they were diligent and we got the job done and it took that long. I'm sorry it took that long to get the results out. So probably the second latest I've ever had precincts in 31 years report. It was frustrating for all of us, believe me, but we worked our hardest and we got the job done, and I'm very proud of everyone that helped us. So
And I appreciate all the work that
So-
you did. I know there was a lot to do, so
There
I
was.
appreciate that.
we had some scanners at the precincts that didn't modem to the county. That was also a problem, so some of those had to be brought back, and I had to upload them to the county myself. So there was some, different instances, but the biggest hangup was the counting board, and we were here until they were done about 5:30, 6 o'clock, so.
Was there any differences between being at the poll and putting those through, and then also the absentee ballots?
Yeah, we have a high-speed scanner. We don't have the tabulators like they have at the precinct, and if you voted in person at the precinct, you probably saw the lines that it took for those as well. But for our workers to have 2 pages, to have to sort, count, take stubs off, balance, and have all of the numbers matched before they're scanned through, it's quite a process, so.
Understand.
So-
Thanks so much for sharing.
Oh, sure,
I appreciate the
sure.
information.
And
It's good
I'm
to
sorry
know.
that you had some disappointment, but they worked very hard, and
I believe it.
and
I believe it.
very proud of them.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the
Thanks.
opportunity to
Sure.
be able to talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Anybody else? Public comment? Okay, I see none. Anybody online? Public comment?
Hold on, we got one more.
It's one.
One more taker.
Oh, I didn't see.
Hello,
Hello?
Paul Giampatroni, 15 Walden, Clarkston. Before I begin, I just want to congratulate Supervisor Aliaga and his position that he'll be starting, and Mr. Fisher, congratulate you for all the hard work that you've done and give you best wishes.
Thank
And
you.
Mr. Morocco, welcome to the board. Hope everybody makes this transition well. I wanted to ask about something that was concerning to some of I worked on my wife's campaign for school board, and we had volunteers working at various polling places, and we had spent a lot of time preparing in advance, putting up signs out at the street level of the various polling places. We had volunteers carrying signs by hand at the polling places. And we had some of our volunteers were told to leave the polling places, that they could not have signs, even if they were holding them, because those polling places were churches and they were private property. Now, and they said that they were told this by the township, that that they had the right to not allow people to have signs. Now, I don't know if that's actually a township ordinance, but I think that there might be some mistake on behalf of the churches, a misunderstanding. I know that according to federal law, a church as a nonprofit organization cannot actively engage in political activities, and so they cannot post signs themselves. And maybe that was a misunderstanding on their part, that they were told that they could not have signs on their property. But there was even an incident where State Representative Mike Harris, who had signs on his vehicle, was told to leave Clarkston Congregational Church parking lot because he was not allowed to have those signs on private property. Now, maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but in a constitutional republic, a polling place, even if it's a church, becomes a public place. And this seems like a suppression of First Amendment rights to tell someone that they cannot hold up a sign in the allotted 100 feet outside of the polling place. And it was difficult for some of our volunteers to be told that they had to leave these polling places. We also had incidents where the township was picking up signs. There were township trucks going around and picking up signs and taking them off the right-of-way outside the sidewalk of property that should be fully legal to have signs in that area. And I was wondering if anybody could maybe shed some light on, because we were told by some churches, oh, this is a township ordinance. And I just wanted some clarification about that, because not only are signs expensive and our volunteers' time very worthwhile, and they put a lot of effort into what they were doing, but also there seems to be some misunderstanding about why a church would think that if they're a polling place that they're private property, because that wouldn't seem to make sense to me.
Well, thank you for your comment. That's a tough question. You're asking some difficult questions, and I'm going to suggest that maybe our legal counsel could look at these, and we'll give you an answer next week.
Could I just get an answer to that one question? Is there a township ordinance that says that signs cannot be posted on church property even if it's outside the 100-foot distance? Is there such an ordinance?
Do you guys want me to answer that?
Sure.
There is no such ordinance.
Okay. So this was a misunderstanding on behalf of the churches. And I can understand how that might have happened, because a church, you know, obviously as a nonprofit organization is prohibited from doing any political activism unless they're a 501c4, and most churches are 501c3s. And so they're prohibited from doing any kind of political activities. So I could see where they might think that that they're within their rights to do that, but maybe they also need to be reminded that as a public polling place, that they're now prohibiting people's First Amendment rights. They're actually interfering with people's First Amendment rights by telling them that they cannot hold up signs at a polling place.
So we'll try to get a response for you.
Okay.
Okay, that's not necessarily an easy question.
And someone must have sent the township Department of Public Works trucks around to pick up signs too. There had to have been a decision to do that. So yeah, if you could help us out with that, we're very curious as to why those things happened the way they did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Yes.
Yeah, just
Jose,
wanna
sure.
say a few words. Paul, let's meet next week at my office, and we will look into that, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Just
much.
call me and we'll
Okay.
look into.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you, Jared.
Yes.
Just one more comment, I guess.
right.
Jose or Jerry, what, going forward, being part of the election committee, Carrie, I think we need to maybe review those rules and make sure we publish those before we, any of the new polling places, for the next election, make sure those rules are documented and understood. Because I did encounter that over the last couple elections too, not this one because I was out of town, but previously I had seen that, some of that as well too. So I think it'd be good to clarify that for any of the polling locations going forward.
We did have them posted at the polling locations, but we have some, I think sometimes it gets difficult discussing it with, our internal candidates that could be like from the board and stuff often are aware of those things, but the outside candidates don't know. We did have it on the website, I believe, as well, so, but if we don't.
And this person was running for school board, which, isn't like a township
they don't come.
thing.
Correct.
I know for the township positions, you have like a packet that with different information in there, so I don't know if the school board people got the same packet or not, but I know
They didn't.
typically the township passes out a packet with rules and regulations and stuff in it, so.
Okay.
All right.
Anybody
you.
else then? Anybody online?
Because when you try to start any type of tax increment district today from ground up, the law allows these jurisdictions who are subject to tax capture to be able to opt out at the time of creation of the district. And so that's always the obstacle with any kind of tax increment district today, because taxing jurisdictions have the ability to opt out at that time of creation. Because the district already exists, that has passed. Even though we have to develop a plan and appoint a new board, and the taxing jurisdictions have the right to review and comment, they do not have the right to opt out. And so consequently, that's the circumstances that you are now faced with today. So what you would need to do to reestablish the DDA is to appoint a board. DDA board consists of 9 members. The supervisor sits ex officio as a voting member, but ex officio as 1 member. And the majority of the other members have a property interest in the district. And then, in addition, at least 1 member has to be a resident of the district. So there you have their, 5, 6, 7 members right there, and then you'd have 2 at-large appointments to the DDA board. We also have the circumstance that if you have more than 100 residents within the district, you have to have a citizen advisory council, which operates only in these early stages of developing, of commenting, reviewing and commenting on the plan, and advising the DDA board regarding the plan. Now, the DDA board actually prepares the plan. However, it is ultimately approved by the township board. The township board goes through the formal process of adopting the plan by holding a public hearing, which requires a minimum no less than 20 days notice prior to the hearing. And then because you are a charter township, you would have to have 2 readings of the ordinance adopting the plan. So, with all that, the time frame is a little bit compressed because we do have a critical date to meet. We would, if you decide to proceed, we would need to have the plan adopted before the 4th Monday in May, and that's the date that the state certifies the taxable value in the township. That day happens to be the day after your second board meeting in May. So we would, the day before your second meeting. So you essentially would have to have everything done. If everything goes smoothly, I believe the date is May 9th is your date, is the date of your board meeting. So that's why, that is critical. Now, what does a DDA do? The DDAs have very broad powers. And you might ask, well, why did we form a DDA on Dixie Highway when we now have a CIA? Well, because the CIA legislation did not exist in 1985. The only option we had in a corridor setting like that was to establish a downtown development authority. And we weren't the only, types of communities that did this. I mean, many townships that had similar circumstances had a DDA in a corridor situation. But, the DDAs have very, a broad power in the law to promote economic development within that given district. They serve as a catalyst for development, anything from studies to acquisition of property to implementation of public works projects to promotion, beautification, a whole variety of things. However, the critical thing to remember is what your DDA would do is exactly defined by the plan. Just as the CIA had similar kind of duties, the CIA was very narrowly defined. And so you could either define your DDA as narrowly or as broadly as you could, but you do have to identify. Did you have a question, Paul? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I saw some raise. Okay. you either, you can either identify it either narrowly or as broadly, but you do have to identify in the plan what you're going to do with the tax increment dollars. You are required to do that because you have to identify how those dollars are going to be spent within the district. So we did, in some of this investigation, we did begin to identify some of the projects that could be developed with the DDA through the mechanism of tax increment financing. And again, just to remind everybody what tax increment financing is, it's the capture of taxes above a base year value. And so the reason the May date is important is that it allows us to establish this year as the base year. So our first year of capture would be next year. Our first year of capture would be next year. I'll be almost done, Sam, and I'll be finished with that. Again, the dollars have to be reinvested in the district. As with the CIA, the taxing jurisdictions that are subject to capture keep the taxes, from whatever they're collecting right now, they keep those. Whatever you decide to collect, they don't collect the incremental value of what you decide to collect. Ultimately, they will from the reinvestment in the district. But the taxing jurisdictions that would be subject to capture would include Independence Township, Oakland County, Oakland Community College, and the here in Clinton Metropolitan Authority. Those are the 4 taxing jurisdictions that would be subject to capture and would not have the ability to opt out, as a legal opinion has been provided to us and indicates. I realize that the time frame is short, but we've had a lot of experience doing these plans. There's a lot of data that has to go in the plan, so that's what makes it a little time consuming. A lot of it's boilerplate to meet the Enabling Act for both DDAs and TIFAs. But it is something that is doable to meet that deadline if we're able to hit the ground, running with this thing fairly soon. So I'll be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Gary?
If for any reason we would think, if we moved forward, if we were to contemplate expanding the borders, would that have to be done initially before the plan was established? And then you talked about the people that are currently in it cannot opt out, but if we were to expand, would they have the opportunity to opt out?
The answer is no, you don't have to do that now in terms of modifying the district boundaries. But the answer to the second question is, yeah, they would have the ability to opt out of that modification, yes.
Okay.
Sam?
At which point do we determine the percentage of capture?
In the course of developing the plan.
Okay, and characteristically, I think you said before, it was about 50% that the township was capturing before?
It was. In our previous plan, as well as the CIA, it was 50%. You don't have to, you can capture 100% if you so choose.
Of the increment?
Of the increment. That's a policy decision that you will have to make.
So what would be, benefits as far as, if we went for a higher capture, anticipating a shorter window to do more faster, opposed to staying at a 50% capture for longer term to get the plan together, because things take longer, does that seem like a kind of a safer way to get everything really dialed in, to go with because I know, we don't want this to go forever probably,
right.
But the capture amount's going to be how much can we do in the window we decide
right.
how big the window is, so would you, in your opinion, would you think that the 50% buys you a 50% with a little longer term, opposed to faster capture, shorter term, gives you a better opportunity to do a little better job, possibly?
Well, one of the things you have to remember is that it will take a while for you to start realizing the capture of the incremental dollars, because in the early going, you're only going to be capturing what is potentially the rate of inflation. Let's just say it's 5%. So in your first year, you will only be capturing a 5% incremental increase in what the base taxable value is.
Or 2.5% at
Well,
50%.
or if you take 50%, it would be 2.5%. That's correct. I think this is a matter of some mathematics that we can produce with some pro formas that the board will have to be part of the discussion in conjunction with the DDA board. Because I don't think, I think the board will have to have some input on this decision because you're capturing your own taxes too, So the board would have to be part of that decision in terms of what is, and I think we can demonstrate what the potential is, showing it both ways by doing a couple of different pro formas. And we actually did that in the early going with the CIA also. So it's a matter of consideration. The other thing too that I want to emphasize is that your tax increment dollars aren't going to fund the whole thing. I mean, we were able to leverage, and members who were on the board throughout the CIA, or even later, I think do realize that we leverage quite a bit of public and private dollars with our tax increment dollars from the county, from the state, and from McLaren for that matter, in terms of private contribution. And that's how you have to look at this, that this is not an end-all be-all when it comes to funding. It's leveraging other dollars. It's leveraging infrastructure dollars. It's leveraging transportation dollars, which there are a lot of transportation dollars. In fact, the township has applied for a grant to improve safety paths on a portion of Dixie Highway. That's one of the projects that we think is really worthwhile, is trying to improve the whole pedestrian safety along Dixie Highway, because in many areas we still have those paved shoulders that the state put in when the highway was widened, when the DDA was first in effect. And they've proven to be a safety hazard in many respects and a maintenance problem. And we've had some good conversations with the state about trading off those paved shoulders for improved safety path, and we've gotten a very positive reaction from them. There's obviously other things that need to be done. There's some utility extensions, which could be done predominantly with water and sewer funds, but also matched with some TIF funds to get them done. So there's a variety of infrastructure things, but there's also some other probably less, bricks and mortar type stuff that could be done to improve the overall image of Dixie Highway, like signage and things like that.
Dick, does this have any, can it work in unison with the brownfield redevelopment, which is going to expire correctly, right, in another year or so?
Yeah.
That can be done in
Yeah.
and that capture is just the 15% would be of the
Yeah,
township's taxes?
I'm not an expert in exactly how those interrelate, but they do, and
They can coexist.
It's frequently done in conjunction with brownfield funds, correct, when we have brownfield eligible properties.
Okay. I see the biggest challenge is getting the residential board is going to be a big challenge for us. And the rules of when we do reactivate it, is that when the rules come into play, like having to post it in 20 places and having to notify every taxpayer in that district and all that?
Yep.
So that, being required to notify every taxpayer in the district, I know I talked to Brian about trying to get a list of the people so we could start soliciting participants, but it's all done in tax ID numbers right now, not real addresses. So it's going to be one of the challenges.
That's easy to pull that data.
Okay, well, that's one of the is it like 13 people who actually live in the district?
It's 9.
9 people?
Yeah.
That's separate from the board, but I'm
Correct,
talking the
yeah.
advisory, right? Okay, so
And,
those
and by the
people-
way, it's interesting, but the law does have a caveat that says, your failure to be able to assemble the board doesn't necessarily negate the action of proceeding with adopting the plan, believe it or not. But you have to make a good faith effort to try to assemble that that CAC, that Citizen Advisory.
Well, being
Council.
time sensitive is why I was bringing up
Right.
the, trying to get us that database so we can start soliciting, just even, people we know that own the businesses, but the ones that live in the condos, Parks of Stonewood, and the apartments, are gonna be a little more challenging maybe.
Mr. Supervisor, let me say, though, that you don't have to appoint the DDA board and the Citizen Advisory Board concurrently. In other words, the most important thing is getting the DDA board appointed, because they're the ones that we have to start working with, one, to get them oriented and help them understand what their jobs are going to be, because it's more than just doing a plan. They're going to have, like our CIA board, they're going to be sitting on a board for a period of time. The second, the other thing is then, we have to hit the ground running with them with preparing, having a plan ready for them to begin to react to and get their input in terms of the things that they think need to be done to recommend to you as a board. It's going to be hard for a brand new group of people to be able to do that. So it's obviously going to need to take a lot of input from the board and from staff. Dave, he's already given me quite a bit of good information, but it's going to take a lot of input, in terms of really what we can put into that plan. Now, let me say one other thing. When I write these plans, I try to write the language in them, specific enough to give direction to what that board should be doing, but general enough to be able to adjust over time as circumstances change. And how well we do that will be, that'll be up to this body to make that determination.
Paul?
If we appoint a board and we get to January, maybe late January, and we're looking at different plans and the majority of the board says, this is crazy, we shouldn't do it, can we shut down?
Yes. Yeah. That's why I want to give you plenty of time, because the sooner we can get a plan to you, the more opportunity the DDA will have to adjust the plan to meet what your thinking is. And that's why, getting a DDA board appointed before the end of the year is very important, so that we can have an orientation session with them first and begin to actually start putting the basics of the plan together. There's about 90% of the plan that is legislatively required. That, and it's boilerplate is what I'm trying to say. It's 10% of the plan is the substantive part. This 10% is obviously the most difficult part, but the 90% is going to be time consuming, and that's why we would need plenty of lead time to be able to do that.
And then one other question. It wouldn't be our intention to hire a director, is that right?
I don't believe so. I don't believe you could afford to do that.
That was one of the concerns.
Yeah, we never.
I know that some DDAs have directors, but not this size of a project.
No,
right?
and it would be a long time if you were to ever do that before you could have enough, you'd be generating enough money to do that.
Mr. Supervisor?
Yes, yeah.
Has there been any discussion about whether it's a conflict of interest for me to participate, being a building owner on Dixie Highway?
I haven't heard any discussion in that regard. I guess that would be something to bring up before the board. You mean as part of this?
I think maybe we'll need a legal opinion maybe on that. Ron? are you
I
done?
was
Yes, sir.
Kind of just one thing chime in about what Sam said is just, to me, we just have to watch that if you're going to be on the board as a citizen or a property owner, does that create a quorum if there's other township people on the DDA already? So
Right,
to
I know that, Jose is mandated to be on there as the only
Right.
board member.
well, I'm just saying that
Right.
if there's three board members on the DDA for some reason, and then you want to join as a property owner, that might create a problem. But I mean,
Would it be possible to have 3 board members?
No. But,
Unless they were business owner, building
Well,
owner, property owners?
I mean, you would have to, unless you would appoint a board member on an at-large basis, for example. But again, at least 5 members have to be property owners, have a property interest in the district.
Or employees?
Or yeah,
Right,
and
right.
it's employees,
Okay.
it's even shareholders. I mean,
Right,
it's limited partners, it's broadly defined.
I'm not a lawyer, but if this is treated the way we've done other things, I mean, I sit on the Walters Lake Board, and I live on Walters Lake, but because the funds paid into that come from the taxpayers and not from the township, it ends up not being an issue, so I suppose we can get a legal opinion, but it's not like the township's giving money to your business. Your business is giving money to the township to be used for that stuff, so.
Well,
I see her
there's
scribbling
nothing
notes, so
in
I'm
the
guessing
law
she'll get an
that
answer
does
down the
not-
road here for us?
Yes, I'm happy to do a legal opinion on that.
Let me just say, there's nothing in the law that would prevent the township board, a township board member, other than including the supervisor, to serve on the board. There's nothing that prohibits this board appointing another township board member to be on the board.
Have you seen that in the past?
Yeah, frequently I have seen more
Okay,
than one
good.
elected official on a
Oh,
board of that nature
excellent.
because of the sort of the critical policy things that they're doing.
Very good.
So,
Dick, thank you.
okay,
I know you're not going away in case more questions arise.
I'm not going away.
I was just going to ask DPW Director McKee whether he has any thoughts about important water and sewer installations that would be possible to include in this project. I know he's always at a loss for words, but
Yeah. There are some gaps with water and sewer services along the DDA on Dixie Highway that directly affect businesses, to be absolutely honest with you. My opinion, and I talked with Mr. Carlisle about that too, there's some potential for new development that really hasn't materialized in the township because there's not public utilities available in certain areas. It's mainly the water and sewer districts, or the water and sewer infrastructure that needs to be improved along there. Dixie Highway is kind of like our second Achilles heel, I'd like to say, when it comes to public utilities in the township. I-75 is the other one. It's very difficult to get utilities on the other side of 75. We have to deal with MDOT on that. On Dixie Highway is a large road, big corridor. We'll have water on one side, but we don't have it on the other, and drilling underneath that road to get water down the other side. We've done it, and it's just little piecemealed here and there. It's not the way to do it. And I think the potential will be, for development, will be greatly increased by having proper utilities available for the areas that are underserved, have nothing at all.
both water and sewer.
Both water and sewer, for sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any questions?
Just clarity, are you referring mostly to like the future courthouse property and that end of Dixie Highway, primarily the more open space vacant parts?
Well, the corridor, the DDA itself doesn't include that section, is that correct? Ed?
Correct.
Not included.
Does not include from White Lake Road towards 75.
Well, it goes up to Deer.
Or it goes to Deer.
Deer Hill, right.
Oh, it does go to Deer Hill. My apologies. Yes.
But not
you're
to the
absolutely
courthouse.
No.
correct. Right, there's nothing on that side. You're absolutely right, Sam. But there's gaps down, I'll use the example of Clarkston Cinema. From the corner there south towards M15 on that, I'll call it the north side of the road, very limited water and sewer right there. And there's lack of development right there. We have some buildings that have been vacant for quite some time. And the direct cause of that is the lack of utilities, of public utilities there. It's very tight in there.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to ask a question, or any members of the public have questions or comments about it? Okay. Anybody online? Hearing none, then I'm going to close this presentation, subject to any indication by the board to the contrary, but otherwise, presentation is closed. Nice job, Dick, as usual. And Mr. McKee, you did okay, too. So we're going to move to the consent agenda. And we have 3 items on the consent agenda. Number 1 is approve a regular and special board meeting minutes from November 1. And item number 2 on the consent agenda is a request to approve November 8 check run, ratify a 2022 external wire /EPT/ACH transfer activity of September in the amount of $1,378,151.06. And item number 3 on the consent agenda is request to adopt a resolution that establishes the 2023 Township Board meeting schedule. Is there a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 3?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
A second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I'm going to abstain. I'm not with the meetings and all of the items that are in it apparently, if that's okay.
We have to make
Okay, make a motion
make a
to
motion to
permit
recuse.
abstaining. Does anybody make that motion, please?
So moved.
What's the reason for abstaining?
I don't, it wasn't, the minutes and stuff, I wasn't a board member at the time. I'm not sure if I need to be privy to all of the items
Well,
in
I think
it.
you received the packet, so.
Well, this stands separate. This is essentially, the biggest part of this is just the approval of the check run
Okay.
retroactively.
I didn't know if it was assembled. I never done this before, so I didn't know if I wasn't if I wasn't a board member of the minutes, I would typically not vote for the
that's
minutes,
fine.
That's typical under Robert's rules to abstain from voting on the minutes if you weren't present at that meeting.
Apparently, you know more than you thought. you
Why don't
did.
we take
I
item
watched a
number,
YouTube video before I came.
we'll take item number 1 out of the consent agenda and take that up separately.
Okay.
And for items 2 and 3, may we amend the motion accordingly
Sure.
in the second?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Items 2 and 3 are approved. Now separately, item number 1 on the minutes, is there a motion to allow Sam to abstain?
I'll make a motion to allow the abstention of trustee Morocco.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, now, on the motion itself, on item number 1 of the consent agenda, is there a motion to approve that?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions? 1. 1 abstention, okay. All right, consent agenda is taken care of here. That takes us to regular business, and we've got a significant regular business agenda, 13 items. The first item is a request to approve final site plan for Walden Village 2, Phase 3 Market. Brian?
Good evening, board members. As you know, Walden Village 2 was approved in 2021, the plan unit development, and it consists of 5 phases. Tonight, I'm not going to go through all the phases. Obviously, a couple are under construction. We're reviewing construction plans for Phase 4. This project is the east portion of Phase 3, what we term as the market. So they're requesting final site plan approval of a 50,000 square foot building with some associated parking, also outdoor patio and plaza space on 3 sides of the building. The proposed project is what Meyer terms a hometown market. It's a different concept. They have markets right now in Grand Rapids, Lansing, Royal Oak, and also in Detroit. This would be the first one that's actually in a suburban environment. This isn't your typical Meyer superstore that you see in Auburn Hills that's, over 200,000 square feet. This is much more focused in terms of having concentration on food, beverages, other products similar, and more in a user-friendly format throughout the store. And one of the key features of these stores is they get a local tenant to provide coffee, pastries, bakery, etc., which they are currently working on. I'm not going to go through the permit conditions. I'll let Mr. Carlisle cover that. But I want to have Mr. Epping give a presentation right now on Walden Village Phase 3, so you can see the looks of the building on the outside in a little easier format than flipping through plans that were provided to you. Also, Mr. Chris Jones is here on behalf of Meyer to provide, operational information if you have any of those. And we're going to show a short video of the inside of one of these stores. So I'll turn over to Jeff.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Jim Epping. I'm a land planner in town as well as an Independence Township resident. Online tonight we have Buzz Silverman, the developer and the applicant for the overall Walden Village PUD. And as Brian mentioned, we have Chris Jones, Susan Osman from Meyer Corporation here tonight, as well as Paul Furtow, the project engineer, who's been working together with us on this Phase 3, the market concept. I guess I'm going to ask the person on controlling the TV if we could go to the next slide, please. What we're asking again tonight is for final site plan approval for the eastern portion of Phase 3. Again, this went before the Planning Commission recently, and we received a unanimous recommendation for your consideration. If we go to the next slide. Just by way of history, I won't go on it, but I always think it's important to know where the project came from. This is a PUD, an approved PUD. As the entire community is aware, we've spent a lot of time with the board, the Planning Commission, and the community over the last several years. What we're talking about specifically is that red area which was originally zoned C2. This is actually a C2 use. That's really more historical underlying zoning. Now the entire project is within the PUD zoning classification within the township. If I could have the next slide. As Brian mentioned, the original PUD was approved about 1.5 years ago. Phases 1 and 2, the single family and the townhomes, are under construction now. Phase 4 was recently approved by your board and by the Planning Commission, recommended by the Planning Commission, and those construction drawings are under review with the township now. If I could go to the next slide. The original PUD always envisioned a market up on the the southeast corner of the property. That's at Walden Road, just immediately north of where we are here at Walden Center Drive. As Mr. Carlisle mentioned in his previous presentation, there's anticipation, and we're working with the county right now and the CIA to have that light installed just right at our corner here, with Walden Center Drive being extended into the property. At the time of the PUD, we had proposed the use of a 50,000 square foot market fronting Walden Road with a large patio, 15,000 to 17,000 square feet for activity, all sorts of different uses out there. We recognized at that point that it was important to have a four-sided building in terms of architecture. In other words, all four sides are really going to be noticed, and so it's important to have what I would call an atypical building type at this location. Bringing the buildings to the road, an awful lot of the success that Sashaba corridor is having by bringing some of those buildings to the road is the same extension of the Sashaba overlay district here. In terms of design elements, you're already starting to see those in phases 1 and 2, but certainly our proposed market here will really take advantage of some of the Sashaba overlay markets, the pillars, the patios, the similar lights, so really that walkable character coming back to the town. If I could go to the next slide, please. We'll get into the architecture in a minute, but looking at that same corner, our proposed building really does exactly what we were just talking about. It emphasizes the architecture, it emphasizes activity, and it emphasizes just how people are going to use this. In so many different things in our lives these days, all different industries, it's all about use case. How are people going to use it? We used to think of retail and industrial and all these things as how is the building going to work for the consumer, or for the business, and obviously that's important. What we really look at, it particularly at Walden Village here, because of its walkable nature, is how are we as residents going to use it? And we'll get into some of the details that Meyer has come forth with. They've really looked at our PUD. Buzz and I, our entire team, have been working hand in hand with them to make sure that, not that they got it, because frankly they got it right on day one, but that we were really maximizing the implementation of some of these design features, and really, really very proud of what we're proposing here. If I could go to the next slide. This is if the people on TV, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to pull this off, but if we can click on one of those hyperlinks. Yeah, there we go. We'll go to a video. If we could have sound also, please. Thank you. If we could go back to the next slide. So that was a look at Bridge Street Market. That was the first of these market concepts for Meyer located in Grand Rapids. It's been very, very successful. Walden Village will be the 6th, I believe, market location. And as Brian indicated, this is the first one in more of a suburban application as opposed to downtown Grand Rapids, downtown Lansing. One that perhaps everyone here has gotten a chance to go visit is at 13 in Woodward down in Royal Oak, right in front of Beaumont. What's really neat about that location is it looks and feels exactly like this. You know, the term Meyer, when I moved to the state 25 or 30 years ago, you know, it was one of the first things that I heard about, and I'd never seen a store that large at that time. This is exactly the opposite. This, you know, has all the quality, all the consumer ability to get the right prices, to get the right quality, to get the right produce, but it's put in a very, very neighborhood-centric design. Chris and his team can talk more about this, but it's really focused on food, on quick-serve meals, on entertainment in terms of beverages, waters, pops, alcohol, all those different things, small florist, coffee shops, and then as Brian said, what's neat as we go back into the architecture is they reserve really the most important corner, that front corner at Walden Center and Walden Road, for a local tenant. Now they're just starting to work with local tenants, but that could be a coffee shop, that could be a bakery, that could be a florist, that could be some type of either local tenant in the immediate area that's looking for a second location, or maybe someone looking to start a business. But they really use that, I was going to say an incubator space, but the idea is that they'll be there for an awful long time. Roll up doors, really become part of the community and give that local tenant an opportunity to really take hold here in the community and take advantage of being at Walden Village. If we could go to the next slide, please. In terms of comparison, on the right-hand side is the original PUD, the approved PUD, with all the approved conditions that are stated in the documents. On the left is the Meyer plan, the what we're calling the Walden Village Market Plan. And you can see it's very, very similar. A few changes that we have added that we think makes it a better site, working with the township, working with the County Road Commission, and of course working with the operators of the Walden Village Market. We've added a truck access road to the far east, so right on the right-hand side of the Village Market Plan. Is a new entrance. That's an in-only entrance. That's a truck-only entrance. And what that does is that brings delivery trucks right into the eastern portion of the building, keeps them out of the way of all the retail traffic, the customers that are coming either by foot, by bike, or by car into the market area. Really what this does from a traffic point of view is it cuts our truck traffic, our heavy truck traffic down by 50% onto Walden Road or Walden Center Drive as it comes out to the new light. What we mean by that is we're not getting 50% fewer trucks, but those trucks now are only going to come into that, I should say, exit out of that main road once, as opposed to going in and coming out. They're going to go into the east, do their deliveries, and then swing out, avoid all the traffic within the parking lot, and then safely leave the site. So the Road Commission certainly thought that that was a good idea, a much safer opportunity to kind of sequester trucks off to the side, keeps the walkability, the livability, the pedestrian access to the village market more focused in the front. Other changes from the original PUD is we've actually strengthened the landscape on all sides to the north, which will abut the Park Villas in Phase 4. We've strengthened and have continued to strengthen since the Planning Commission the landscape along Walden Center Drive and the buffer to the east. And then we've also looked at additional ways to increase the patio space, which we'll talk about in a minute. If I could have the next slide, please. Looking specifically at some of the numbers, again, this is essentially identical to what was approved within the original PUD, what was proposed as the building size of 50,000 square feet. We've actually increased, in the Planning Commission's direction, increased the size of the patio from last week when we were in front of the Planning Commission. We've added about another 750 feet, so we've got over 17,000 square feet of outdoor space. This would be outdoor markets, outdoor patios, outdoor picnic areas, outdoor displays, and areas for group gatherings. As I talked about, we're fronting the street. We're really talking about improved circulation, not only from the trucks, but also for sidewalks and everything. One thing, just as a small example, we're already talking about bike racks. Because this is so close to not only the new residents of Walden Village, but really the community in general, we know that this will be an area where people come to on foot, on bike, pushing strollers, and so part of that big patio is going to be the accommodation of these families coming to the area by ways other than just cars. We'll go through the architecture in just a minute, but as we go through, again, it's that just this really kind of this celebration of what a great market this will be for the community here. If I could have the next slide, please. In terms of architecture, and the next few slides are going to really focus on the front. This is that front corner of Walden and Walden Center. This front area is where that tenant will be located. Those will be roll-up garage doors. So you can imagine in any day other than today, as the weather finally started getting bad, where those doors would be open, people flowing in and out. If that becomes a bakery or a sandwich shop or something like that, that upper patio, although it will be open completely to the public, would be intended to have tables and places where people can stop out for a cup of coffee, enjoy the Wi-Fi, those type of things. We're envisioning, if I could go to the next slide, a lower patio just off to the side there that comes nearly right to Walden Center Drive. We've actually expanded this, you'll see in our newer plans, to make it a little bit larger, add some additional sidewalk and more pedestrian connection coming out to Walden Center Drive into the sidewalk. This, again, is just an area that's meant to be a flexible space. We've got some light standards and some bistro lights, really trying to create a landscaped area, an active area. You can imagine, not only meeting there, maybe your partner for lunch one day, going on a Saturday with your kids and getting donuts and sitting out there on cider. There can be bands on Friday nights. One of the nice things that Chris will talk about is the empowerment of their management team here to do things like wine tasting and music nights and coffee bars and all sorts of different activities that will be taking place on these outdoor patios right up on the sidewalk, right up on the main road. I'll also touch on it just for a minute here, and I know, Chris, I'm taking all your thunder. They have this great idea in terms of a mural on the wall, and that's just an example of a colorful mural. But the intent is to engage through an RFP to have some local artists, maybe it's through the schools, maybe it's through an art class, maybe it's just a very talented individual, to create, to enter you know, essentially offerings of what a mural might be, and then to be awarded and to be funded to paint that mural. Probably have something to do with food, hopefully something to do with Independence Township and the Walden Village market, but something bright and colorful that's cared for, but really, again, makes this very unique to our community. If I could have the next slide, please. Some of the design elements that'll be out there, we're starting to really see success up and down Sashabaw with the ledge stone pillars and walls, and so we're borrowing what I think was just done very successfully at the MSU Credit Union, this art plaza at the corner. We're building one that's similar, and I think that's kind of the success of that design idea, is that we're seeing the repetition of some of these elements throughout the Sashabaw overlay district. So all of a sudden it's a real identity area. We're working currently, and we'll be submitting to the Planning Commission in the very near future, the west side of this, the other part of the commercial, and we know that we're planning on mirroring both sides. So as we come into Walden Center Drive from a landscape, from a monument point of view, from a design element point of view, it'll be very, very symmetrical, so it's a real sense of arrival. You could have the next slide, please. The next couple of shots we can go through quickly. This is at Bridge Street in Grand Rapids, an actual photograph of a Saturday morning, so you can see the types of activities. There's local vendors, farmers that might be selling corn or selling different things come there and actually sell directly to the public. Next slide, please. Inside and outside, really throughout the season, it's left to the local management team. It really does have that hometown feel because, frankly, that's how it's run. It's run by the local team and not the big super center team. Both during holidays, there's always different types of activities. There's opportunities for people who maybe don't even have their goods in the Walden Village Market on an annual basis, but maybe on a Saturday could come similarly the way they do at maybe the farmers market or different areas around town at our art fair, and set up and have the opportunity to sell locally here as well. Architecturally, these are in your packets. As we talked about, it's very, very important to have four-sided architecture. We've got brick and masonry throughout all four sides. The Planning Commission made some recommendations of looking for ways to strengthen some of the architecture in that center area, that darker area, and we've already begun doing that. We're going to work and actually come back to the Planning Commission with some enhancements to that area. We've got working garage doors both in the front as well as in the back. The northern side is actually where the customers will enter, and those will all be working garage doors. So it's not going to be that type of thing where the garage doors are all fake and they're actually just backdrops to displays. They really do work. There's a couple in between the areas that will be glass that will be garage doors that will be stationary, but the bank of several garage doors on the north and around the tenant space on the south, and then also around Walden, are all operational, so that it really becomes a very porous store. Next slide, please. This is a quick sketch. When the Planning Commission made their recommendation for approval, they did have a few conditions. We immediately responded to that. We agreed to those that night. We thought they were actually very good ideas. We responded the next day with a drawing that incorporated those. So they asked for some additional parking lot islands. We kind of broke the parking lot up in the middle there and added, eliminated parking spaces actually, and increased parking lot islands. Obviously, we think this is a good thing. It gives us an opportunity to put a few more trees. It also helps cut down our impervious calculations too, so it makes it a little greener site. We've strengthened the landscape area still again, particularly down the west side of the parking lot there. If you can envision the whole plan, that is the area that's adjacent to or across the street from the Park Villas. And so Mr. Carlisle pointed out, I think correctly, that we want to make sure that we're really doubling down on that landscape there so we don't have headlights and those type of things against our future residents there. So we're adding that. We've enlarged the patio, as I mentioned. It was already at about 16,000. We've taken it up to over 17,000 square feet. And some of the planning commissioners actually made part of their motion that they'll work with us and work with the township building department if and when this becomes very successful and we want to increase that patio even more, we've got the room to continue to increase it to allow it to grow and evolve with the success of the market. We had 2 different calculations on our plan. In terms of light pole heights, we wanted to clarify that, in fact, we are going to have a maximum height of 18 foot. I think our plan incorrectly in a few places talked about a 25-foot pole heights, but our light poles will be 18 foot, and so that was part of the Planning Commission's motion. And then also on the truck route area, we had one point where the drive lane narrowed down to just about 15 foot. I think someone pointed out that especially with snow, might get a little tight, so we've gone ahead and modified that. So the most narrow spot of that drive lane for the trucks is 20 foot wide. And so we think from a circulation point of view, that's an improvement. If we could have the next slide. Oh, I'll leave it there. Again, we couldn't be more excited, more proud to have Meyer, Chris, and his team as the partners. I've gone to these locations. They really are very, very good, very exciting. I tell the story that about 2.5 years ago, even before I started working on this project, my wife and I kind of stumbled down to the Beaumont area and went into that. I said, boy, if we had this in Clarkston and Independence, it's exactly what we need. It's that hometown market feel. It's well operated, and I think it's just going to be a terrific fit for the community. We're here to answer questions. Chris, if you want to come up now, or if you want to wait for questions, we're happy to do that. If not, Mr. Supervisor, will turn it over to Dick.
Please,
Thank you.
unless anybody has a question now.
There's really not much for me to say. The permit conditions have been, in our opinion, been met, and the Planning Commission agreed with that. I think Jim has very adequately reflected how they intend on responding to the comments of the Planning Commission and in our report. And I guess in this case, just to keep things moving along, I'll be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thanks, Dick. Do you have a question?
Is somebody else coming to speak? Or
Yes.
Okay. I'll wait till he's done.
Okay, sure.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for having us. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. My name is Chris Jones. I'm Senior Real Estate Manager for Meyer. And I think Jim covered it very well. I don't have a whole lot to add, other than that Meyer will own this location. It employs about 55 jobs. We run 3 shifts. The overnight shift is just getting ready for the next day. So it's kind of a skeletal crew just stocking shelves and cleaning and taking care of the important things to get us ready for the next day. It's a very unique store for Meyer. It'll be our first test case, as Jim mentioned, in the suburbs. So we spent a lot of time, selecting that suburb in a bedroom community. So Independence has the charm, the walkable, the housing, everything we're looking for to make the store a success in the suburbs, and hope we can continue to roll out more of them in the state of Michigan. As most of you know, Meyer has been in business for 88 years. It's a family-owned business, and this is like a family-run store. Its leadership of the store is to listen to its customers, listen to its locale, and source the products that the customers want. That's their job, not to take orders from corporate headquarters. So that's the concept, and we're very excited about it. It's you can see it kind of harkens back to a lot of nostalgic. The signage in there was on reclaimed wood, and it's we sell it out of baskets, and it harkens back to some of the Meyer stores of the 30s and 40s. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm going to be brief, so thank you for your support and your time tonight.
Are you the last speaker?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then there may be questions.
Okay, I'll stay here. Yes, sir.
What will the hours be?
The hours are 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay. Terry, did you?
Mm-hmm. I have a couple of comments too. It is a beautiful store, but I want to give credit to the ones we already have here because we do have some great markets. So what we were told was coming, I guess that this isn't what we were told was coming. So it's very much to me like Alex's, which is beautiful, same concept. We have Neiman's here, which is a smaller family owned. It runs like a family. So to give credit to those two that already exist, I don't feel that this is a whole new thing. And as far as some of the original pictures we saw, I understand your patio's bigger, you added the canopy, but even that changed from what we were told last time. It doesn't look like the, hey, we could have concerts here and food truck nights. It's a whole different layout. And now that you attached it to the building right off the back, the other concept you showed prior had the patio off to the side, felt more like a community, and people could come up and use it. Now to me, it looks like this is still part of the store. And if I'm not going to the grocery store to shop, I certainly just wouldn't think, hey, let me go to the market to sit on the patio. It's just, I think adding that canopy in the back instead of that separate patio that was shown before just takes away some of that, hey, it's for the community.
I appreciate that point, and we did spend a lot of time going through different iterations of what that community space will be. Even before the preliminary plan, the Planning Commission worked, and we had just countless meetings, and it was determined both by our team and then, ratified by the Planning Commission, and then ultimately by the Township Board, that truck plaza, food truck plaza, went away fairly early in the process. It was talked about, how would it be managed? How would it be, on an operational point of view, just who would own it and how would it be managed? I think Mrs. Tully made a point at one meeting at which she said, it just made so much more sense that whoever the market is, that it becomes privatized. That someone actually takes responsibility not only for the maintenance, for the cleaning, for the care, for the investment in it, but also for the programming of it. Now I know that the Walden Village Market is supporting opportunities for Cub Scouts and school groups and teacher groups and anybody at all to be able to use it and have programs. But I think what the Planning Commission voted on at that point, and then the Board of Trustees voted for the final plan, was to eliminate that fairly early on, and that the final approved plan is nearly identical to having this patio in that same location.
And I have one other quick question. As far as adding that road for the truck, how close to Sashabaw is that turn going to be? Because my question is, now you're going to be blocking that corner perhaps with trucks.
It's a great question. It's actually quite a distance. We are not the corner property to Sashabaw. There's actually 2 or 3 additional properties, and so that corner, that easternmost entrance for the trucks is just about opposite of the back of the Salvation Army in the plaza across the street. So I would guess that is probably maybe 500 feet. It's quite a distance.
Okay.
There's a house. There's an empty parcel. There's where that one mulch pile is. There's several parcels there.
Thank you.
Ron?
I just want to chime in on the first part that Cherry talked about, and I think on Thursday night at the Planning Commission, you guys did a better job of explaining the store manager's discretion to not only do local programming and local things that are in the store. You talked about this a little bit, Jim, but I mean, to me, you need to emphasize that more, that it's really up to that store manager to make the store carry the products that the local people want, and also the programming of the patio areas or the public gathering areas as well, what goes on there. And then we talked on Thursday and even at previous meetings about on the north side with the roll-up doors, you could still have activities on that north side, much, besides the activities that might be happening on the west side of the store. So I'll let you do that, Chris, but to me, we kind of shortchanged it tonight compared to previous meetings. So.
That.
Yeah, this is the store. This is the store director's store. I mean, it's his store, and his store to place the products in that he chooses and feels best in, that'll sell best in this community. He makes it his own store. So he has a lot of autonomy. He has a lot of autonomy in helping us with the tenant for the store, for example. We'll have 3 or 4 different choices for him for a tenant for the store. We make sure it's what he believes is best for the store. As far as the programming of the spaces, it's a bit unique. I mean, this is a large area to program. The slides you saw on the Bridge Street store or in a sidewalk area. So, and some of those functions you saw for Bridge Street were Easter egg hunts for kids. There were different pumpkins, carving pumpkins. There were some vendors coming. I know in Grand Rapids at the Bridge Street store, every Saturday, the last Saturday of every month is a vendor day to come and meet the vendor that their product is on the shelf and that they're small batches. There's a delivery door on this site plan that's at grade. So if someone comes in a pickup truck or a box truck, there's a door for them to use to bring their wares into the building. It doesn't have to go through our distribution system and be loaded on a truck and delivered from Lansing to get here. So that even the store has that ability for local products to come into it. We also, I don't know if you noticed on the site plan, but I know it wasn't pointed out that there's organics bins. And so any food waste we have goes into those bins, and we allow farmers to come pick up the food waste to use in their farms to feed their livestock. It's that kind of operation, which is just different than big stores, big buying power. It's more local based.
That was just one of the things I guess I've been involved in previous meetings with this, so I just wanted to bring up that, like the organic bins and those types of things. Those are some major things that are going to affect local people and hopefully make it unique compared to just a big box store, I guess. So.
Thanks, Ron. Sam?
Yeah, okay. I was involved in this earlier in the project when I was on the commission. So I kind of look at it from a different point of view. I mirror what Terry had to say from the point that the development itself, although I'm not a fan of the layout of it, was the density of the housing was approved as a PUD because of the public amenities that were going to be provided for the township. And that was the park, which ended up not being in the middle for everyone to share, but in somebody else's neighborhood, and it was reduced by 50% from the beginning. Then the food truck and gathering area that we were promised that was going to be for art shows and other vendor type things was outside of the realm of the Myers, and it was part of the amenity that got them the density of the housing. So in my opinion, we've got, we granted them high density because of these amenities are coming, and now they're dumping, to me, they're putting all of the amenities are based on one retailer has to provide the community amenities for the township, which was not part of it. It was the developer's responsibility to provide the community amenities because he asked for the density in the housing project, which Myers is not part of. The regulations say that the development needs to stay under one ownership, which made it possible for the developer to be the one responsible to provide the community amenity. So in my opinion, I think that I'm going to take the Myers first. I think it's a market that resembles what we were expecting. I think it has the amenities that the residents have asked for. I think that architecturally it's fine. I don't have issues with the market. The patio and all that is fenced in to primarily allow access to it from the market and be serviced by people that are using the market. It's anything but welcoming to the neighborhood and townhouse people that live there as its own standalone assembly area, which we were promised. So I feel it's a little unfair that we're making Myers provide the community amenity when the developer was the one who promised it, and he is not providing anything for the community. And then we've got these other additional outlots that we're gonna build that are in the middle that haven't been developed yet, and that's where the community amenity goes. So I'm in favor of the Myers. I'm not in favor of moving it forward with the idea that the other 3 spots can build out, everything else is parking lot and restaurants. We get no amenity, and Myers is responsible to draw in all the residents and provide all of this entertainment for the people, because they're a private entity, and that was not the intent. Even, Savaggio, the intent was that if they ever came, or whatever, that we weren't expecting the grocery store to provide the long-term community amenity for the housing, which got approved because of the promise of the community amenity. I don't think it's fair to dump that on a retailer, because if the retailer changes, we have high-dense housing with no amenity. There's no guarantee of the amenity that we were promised to allow that type of residential development. So the development, to me, I want an assurance that the remaining land, somewhere on that remaining land, is going to be a community amenity that warrants the density that was given. It's going to be maintained by somebody that owns the development, which is supposed to be under one ownership, and everything that Myers provides is a bonus to that. But if that's the only thing we're getting is what Myers is going to put on, I don't think they meet the criteria of the PUD that was granted to them originally, because we're not getting anything for all that density. It's bigger, the Myers is a little bit bigger than we usually would put in, which is fine. I'm all for that. The other point would be is in the original plan, there was a safety path that was going to run down the west side of the property to get you to the park that was inside of a private neighborhood. And I didn't see, might just because I didn't spend enough time on the plan, but I didn't see, that had a little more of a natural sidewalk that was going to run along the property line, take you back to that park, and now it seems like that's the truck lane, so that's going to move everybody back to the boulevard as your walk to the park. So those are my initial comments.
And the overarching, can I just ask Dick to step up, and Mr. Epping, if you want to add, please do. Yeah.
I believe that is, every board member is obviously entitled to their opinions, and the plan conforms to what you approved. And you approved a revised plan with reduced density over what was originally approved. I think we all should remember that. You remember the first plan that was approved by the township board had a very dense apartment project, which, I know that there was a lot of issues with. Well, that went away, and the developer came back with a revised plan, significantly reducing density. Density at the point where it is density that is equivalent to what would be by right. So when that density was reduced, that's when the size of the park was reduced.
Dick, excuse me, I don't know if everybody understands what you mean by right. Maybe just
The
explain it to-
underlying zoning would have permitted what was being done, permitted by right without pursuing a PUD. But the PUD did not allow for the integration of elements which the township wanted to see happen under a singular plan. So that's the first thing that is not correct. The second thing is that when the plan was amended, the food court area went away. You approved a plan without a food court on it. And the explanation was given at the time exactly, I think what Mr. Epic explained, that part of that came from the Planning Commission. So what is being proposed and what's going to be proposed on the neighboring commercial site is going to be in conformance to what you approved. So trying to reconstruct the preliminary plan that you approved is going to be very difficult. The final thing is, the ordinance does not say single ownership. It says singular ownership or control. And the control is the permit conditions, as it has been with multiple PUDs that we've done in this township that have more than one owner of individual parts of it, but they're all governed by singular control. So those are several things, but I want to tell you that this plan and what you're going to see in the next phase of this are what you approved and what conforms to the permit conditions.
Can I ask you one more question, just to follow up with what Sam was asking? And I didn't hear an answer to it. Sam was asking the question about if this user leaves, what assurance will there be that all these other amenities that are on this site will remain?
It's part of the approved site plan, and it is already governed by the permit conditions. So any changes that would have to occur would have to be subject to an amendment of the PUD plan, which would be ultimately, if it's a major amendment, would come before the township board.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Sam?
I don't have a question, I just think that if people think this is an adequate amenity with the risk of a tenant being there, then we need to make it more inviting to the residents who are supposed to be being serviced by it, not by the customers of the store. So I disagree with the fact that the fence should be enclosing it, making it more approachable from storefront opposed to from residential front, because there's hundreds of residents that are living there that this is their public gathering space,
Can we
you
bring
know?
up the drawing of the site plan, Jim?
It's,
Jim? Bring up the site.
I don't have.
I think that you've got to see the site plan. Okay.
And I understand there's some sidewalk entrance ways. It should be inviting, we just want to make, we need to be inviting to the public
But the
walking
reason
by,
that
not
area-
patrons.
Back up. The reason that area is enclosed is because there's a drop in grade there.
I think at the top left there, Jim.
And that is open to the public
Well,
sidewalk.
like I say, that was the major point at last Thursday's
Yeah.
planning commission meeting about expanding that to the sidewalk
Yeah,
and
and
make
they
it more
agreed to do
open
that.
for people to walk up and utilize that area.
I just think we'll interpret it as a patron's area, not a public space.
Well, that was one of the items that was covered at the planning commission last Thursday night, again, about expanding that and making that more open and being the more public place, where the other is the more private patio, like if you're frequenting the sandwich shop or the coffee shop, whatever might be in that corner, you could still, have a sandwich or coffee there by yourself as compared to the big, larger, open, more public space. And I'll let Jim or Chris, one of you guys, speak to that if you want to.
Yeah, Carrie's got a question, but Mr. Epka, would you respond to that thing about the enclosure and?
No, I appreciate Mr. Ritchie's response, because that's exactly right. As Dick pointed out, there's quite a grade change between the elevation of that patio and where that front corner is going to be. It's also going to be a busy street with a traffic light, and so what the Planning Commission asked us to do is look at, can we move that fence out? And again, it's not really a retaining fence. I guess all fences are, but that's part of that Sashaba overlay. It's more of a decorative element that we're seeing up and down Sashaba with intermittent breaks in it and everything else. But expanding that out, bringing some of that out closer to the sidewalk so that maybe that lawn area becomes part of that activity area. But we just can't roll that patio right out without going down about 6 or 7 feet. Part of our commitment, and again, these are our site plan drawings, we'll still have to go through permitting, we'll still have to go through final landscape architecture and construction drawings, was our commitment to come back to the Planning Commission, as Mr. Ritchie points out, and show how we're going to take some of their conditions with the architecture and with the site plan landscape of this corner to open that. I don't disagree with you, Sam, but I think if we're able to spend a little bit more time on the drawings that were submitted, and then as we submit the construction drawings and the permit drawings, I think we're saying the exact same thing. That needs to be, is designed to be a place that all people can come in and out of, whether they're live across the street, whether they live in the new homes, or whether they go into the village. Certainly we see this as a very busy night on football nights, on soccer nights, People will be able to walk here from the high school and every place else. So it's, it's
But
designed.
what would they do there if they're just gonna go to the grocery store and hang out outside on the patio?
It's there's so many experiences in here that are very similar to a Starbucks or anything else like that.
No, I get that, but it's just retail, it's a store. It's not a common meeting place is my issue. Like the food truck thing,
But Sam-
although I didn't think it was, like the best thing, but it was at least so, I know, now you're saying that it would be hard to manage it, but then on the other hand, you're saying that the managers of these stores are going to be going, out of their way. Trucks are a big thing, and people hear that they're gonna be at Neiman's in their parking lot, they're gonna be here, people go to those types of things, and to not allow a spot for that, I think, is a missed opportunity, because this is all seating around a coffee shop is what it's going to appear to people going by. And to have an event, to have an art show, to have something, it just seems like we're missing that little element, and it sounds like that somebody could manage a spot that could have more than just seating behind the decorative fence. That's my concern, is that no matter how big you make the patio, in my opinion, I would think it was for patrons, not for the public,
I understand we can go back to that planning commission. There's a series of planning commissions. I think at the end, I'd have to check, but I know that nearly all, I assume you too, voted for this change. I think it was an important change. There's still opportunities to bring food trucks throughout this development, throughout our community, but that was, really part and parcel of that reduction in density, that redesign of the site plan, the amendment that came back. I know you sat on several committees subcommittees.
Yeah, I don't
of the
remember
Planning
being
Commission.
part of that reduction of the community space,
Yeah,
but I'm not
that
saying
was-
that it didn't happen.
But as we say, we're committed to, obviously, the development. We're committed to meeting the conditions of the PUD and the PUD agreement, and we know that this does.
Because looking at the other sites that are adjacent to this are very straight up, just restaurant slab parking lot, So you really got to be right on the right side of the boulevard to get the feel of this of this space there. Because it's off to the one side. It's still going to be very commercial parking lot related around this patio that you're trying to promote. But that's.
Hopefully you're going to dispel some of that with the plans for the other buildings though too. Because we talked about that at the planning commission as well. I guess one of the things that's missing in there again, it was talked about at multiple meetings in the planning commission, was on the north side of this, there's roll-up doors, there's room for, say, the food truck or those type of activities on the north side as well. It doesn't all have to happen at the patio area as well.
That's right. That full 17,000 feet really wraps all the way down the west side, out to Walden on the south, and then around the north.
So, there's other things that have been discussed as well, so.
Carrie?
Just a couple questions. The parking, I had mentioned to Brian, for those people that want to visit whatever the single tenant is, other than parking way out at the grocery parking, if I wanted just to come to get donuts for my family for the weekend or whatever, I think there's only like 6 parking spots and many handicap along that one side. So then really it's not geared towards in and out for the public, whether unless I'm walking or riding my bike. I don't think it's very welcoming for that tenant. You've got to park and come past the grocery store to go just get the donuts. That might be the mindset to make me think, well, maybe I'll stop in and I'll get the paper plates to have with the donuts or something like that. That might be the mindset. But I think that there's not adequate parking. There is a drive there where you could access it quicker than at the very back part. So that was something that I had commented to Brian, and I think you sort of addressed it. Looking at this picture, I know it's not the revised for the patio, but to the left, where the picnic tables are, knowing that there's some kind of a grade of a hill there, I think there's going to be some landscaping there as well to keep children out from playing, because if there's not some barrier and you're hanging out with your children, kids roam. And if there's some kind of a grade, I was concerned about that, but I think, I talked to Brian and given him some of those concerns, but I think you're talking about doing some additional landscaping there to kind of deter people and their animals and everything else from going out into that area.
Some of the planning commissioners talked about, almost like cutting and pasting that landscape around the patio and bringing it out closer to the sidewalk to make it more of a barrier. So now that becomes, more internalized and a safer area. And we've already, as we said, expanded that lower patio or that more north patio to come out closer to the sidewalk in terms of connection. So yeah, that absolutely needs to be and will be a safe spot. And by bringing that landscape out, it will open up this area as well as protect people coming down that slope towards the corner. In terms of those parking spots, you're exactly right. That's why we added those in. We have those spots. The township engineer consultant in their review asked us to take a look at the location of the handicap accessible parking spots. And so we're doing that now. We know that that's a convenient spot, but they suggested too to put them closer to the door on the north side. So we're looking at that. That might potentially free up some additional spots. But you're exactly right. We've got about a dozen spaces there for that quick in, quick out, whether it's for the tenant or just someone running in to get, one or two items out of the store. You'll be able to get to that tenant space both from the exterior but as well as within the store. It's not going to be a separate standalone. It's going to be part of the store but located in that corner.
Couple other questions. So to the left of the mural area, it's not really clear to me, what is that? Is that like the existing Meijer big box stores with the fake looking windows or something? What is that area?
So there's a series of 3 or 4 or 5, I'd have to look at the site plan, of garage doors. Those are garage doors. The first 2 will be stationary.
Okay.
So they'll be, it's not an artificial setting like some of the old super centers, but it's the same quality glass doors. The 3 wrapping around the northern main entrance area are all roll up, so in the spring, all those doors will be open. They'll have displays out on the sidewalks.
I thought that was only on the front, so it's both sides.
Oh, on the front, on this front, those are all working. So on the right on this front corner where it says Walden Center Market, both on the Walden side and the Walden Center.
No, I mean the
there's
main
2.
entrance into the market.
Right.
To the left of the main entrance is roll-up doors.
Correct.
For the same thing, and then those are roll-up doors as well?
Correct.
Oh, I didn't get it. I thought it was just the
He's saying a
front.
couple of them will be stationary or faux doors. They'll look like doors, but.
Like
they'll just
that
be
one
roll-up.
perhaps just to the left of, as it's getting smaller, just to the left of the mural, maybe stationary, but all the wrapping around the main entrance to the north and then wrapping around this whole corner on the southwest is all working roll-up doors.
I think this final comment, and this is just my taste, if we could have less fresh and local on the building itself, I think that lends itself more towards the big box. It's a little less tasteful for this type of a market. I would prefer not to have as many. That's just my taste. And
Signage was a big thing talked to last Thursday night.
I know
again,
it
so-
was, and I do appreciate that the planning commission talked about not having any signage on the doors as you enter in. That's another one of my huge pet peeves. I think it really draws down on
Or the windows, the
That's what
roll-up
I
windows,
mean,
yeah.
right. So I appreciate that got put in, but
Yeah, I think that was a really good observation by the Planning Commission. Mr. Carlisle spent a lot of time in his report talking about signage, and Chris and his team quickly said, yeah, let's not do any signage on the windows. Again, it's going to harken back to that real traditional type of market in the 40s and 50s where they just didn't have all this printing and all this. So it's important that those windows are transparent, that they're rolling up and down and so forth. So we thought that that was a good idea to focus the signage kind of on this really nice historical type signage, really part of the architecture, and not have all that changeable letters on the windows.
I think I'll leave with a positive. I do appreciate the back entrance for the trucks and beefing up the screenage with the landscape. I think that's really great. I do echo with Terry, though. I still am very timid and leery of the trucks. I feel like they're going to back up And just with this being such a main, and I know we've talked about it for a couple of years, with the school buses, the school traffic, semis, I don't know when the semis come, maybe they'll come at night, after hours, that would be great, but I just envision school buses going left, semis coming right, and lights and lights and lights, and, you know, it's just having havoc. And I think of also teenagers who are always late for school, who are driving very quickly, and, you know, and putting all of that into that mix, so, but,
You'll remember as part of this phase, there'll be additional widening.
yes.
And so that lane coming down from Sashabaw, part of that's already been expanded down by the townhomes and by Phase 1, and that'll continue to tie in with the cross-section up closer to Sashabaw is now. So this will be a dedicated right-in, so it'll kind of, curve that way to allow trucks to get in swiftly, and the lanes will be wider there and the light will be there. So, again, all those road improvements were originally proposed based on that much higher density. When that density went away, we still kept all the same
Still
road
just makes me
improvements.
leery.
But it's a great point.
Yeah. Will the sidewalk end right before that truck drive as well? Is there gonna be a sign that says sidewalk ends, or is the sidewalk continued on the other side? I saw it in the plans, so I just wonder about that.
The sidewalk will nearly end at that point. I think that type of a sign is really a good idea. It'll
Okay.
obviously be ready to be extended if those adjacent properties going towards Sashabaw get developed. We think it's a good idea to take it all the way out there. As you know, we've already extended the sidewalk all the way to Walters Road, and have taken it past Walden Glens and all the way down, so now you can get all the way to the high school. But yes, there'll be some type of a signage to warn people there.
The columns and the fencing look very nice on Walden Road that
I
I've
did
seen
it,
so
and I wish
far.
I could take credit for it. I'm just copying it.
Well, Buzz or whoever can hear that, it looks very nice, so I appreciate that.
Ron?
Just one follow-up comment about the safety path. Mr. McKee is here, and he could attest to the safety path committee has already talked about extending the safety path wherever this development ends up, all the way to the corner of Sashbaw. So to complete that, so we have a full sidewalk all the way down that side. So,
I didn't hear you, Ron. When was that gonna happen?
well, that's why I guess I was trying to throw it to Dave McKee.
Okay.
As far as maybe some timing, but that is on our matrix in the safety path to put in and try to coordinate a quick timing. I know you probably weren't paying attention back then. We were talking about safety path on this new development.
Yes.
It's gonna end before we get to the end of Sashabaw, but one of the items on our matrix was pick that up and take it all the way to the end of, to Sashabaw Road.
That's correct.
On that side, right? So.
It's on our safety page.
Who's gonna pay for that? Is that part of the safety path fund, or is it part of the developer's contribution?
Well, if somebody develops it, then obviously, we'd want them to put that in, just like this development did.
Right, but I mean, a lot of time, we can put it in and then just be reimbursed by the
Well,
future
right.
development to make sure it goes in quicker than late, sooner than later. So that's what I'm asking, is it gonna be installed and then we'll recapture that from future developments, or is it gonna sit there dormant for a while, or how does, if we don't,
Wouldn't it get all torn up when they go to develop the property?
well, just where the
Yeah, we don't
driveway
like to
cut
put
through would
safety
be.
path in that go to nowhere. So when the developer would do his part, and then when we take off from there, if it was something that we wanted to connect to make it more universal for everybody to use.
But it was one of the items that came up in the safety path meetings was that, hey, we don't want to we got this nice development, we're trying to encourage walkability.
Right.
And to have that in, that even if the property doesn't get developed, we want to put that on our matrix to try and improve
Well,
that.
that's what I was trying, so that's just like a future thing that we would do and then recapture it later, but would be in the works sooner than
The
later?
legalities of recapturing are still open, I guess, so, or what we do on that.
We don't recapture anything.
Yeah. Typically,
So
once
if
we
you
put it
put
in.
the safety path in front of a future development so that we can get connectivity faster than that future development, when they develop and are responsible to have put the safety path in, we can't capture the money that we pre-invested in front of their road frontage, is that what you're saying?
Well, part of the planning commission is they make the developer install the safety paths.
No, I get that, but what
To
if,
the end of
what
the
if it's
property
5
or
years
project
from now
stuff.
before we develop from here to Sashabaw? We don't want to wait 5 years for a safety path connection, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
Can we put it in and then recapture it? Because, right, that could just not be, we want to have a plan.
I see what you're saying there.
Yeah, and I can answer it. That's an excellent idea. And an attempt was made to put that into state legislation to allow it, and the legislature rejected it.
To put it in and then recapture it
Yeah,
later?
yeah.
So if we put it in, we're just gonna eat it, and then they just won't have to contribute to that part of their responsibility to develop?
Well, they'd have to maintain it and keep it correct in their development. They can't just do away with it.
Right, I just think it's important that we have a plan to, now that we're, from Fleming's Lake, we're gonna have this little void to Sashaba that could be, and it's not in Buzz's development, it's owned by different people, so that it could be a long time before that connection's made. So just trying to figure out what the best plan would be.
Thanks for taking that hot potato there.
Hey, no problem. That's what I'm here for.
So I know that the public hasn't spoken yet. I want to give them an opportunity. I just have a question for Dick and Jim, and maybe Ron, focus in on this. We've got an open question here about working from here on making the patio space in that area more community friendly. And I know you talked about going back to the planning commission, but should we fashion, if there's a motion to approve, I don't know, I'm not saying that this is going to be approved, but if there is a motion to approve, should we fashion something into our approval that makes sure that that happens in a certain way?
You certainly could. They've already agreed to do that. And so you certainly could incorporate that in any motion that you choose to entertain.
So what would you recommend? Back to the planning commission with representatives of the township board and the planning commission, or just planning commissioners?
Well, there is a representative of the township board, Mr. Ritchie.
But we haven't made him do this yet.
Well, that would be up to you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
it would be fine. I mean, we frequently work on a subcommittee level, and
Yes.
that would be.
But I don't want to leave this as something that may or may not get done. I want to try to structure this as part of the approval.
Right.
Well, I think, I guess, I was on the subcommittee, but I wasn't at last Thursday's meeting, but I did watch the meeting. And part of the approval, a recommendation for approval to the board and approval of the site plan was these items that we talked about with the patio and the use and layout of that. Not only the fencing with the, having the lawn area inside the fencing area, so kids could play without worry of going out to the road and those types of things. Those are all items discussed and was conditioned as part of the approval
So
on
you think
Thursday
that
night.
accomplishes what the tenor of the discussion here tonight?
Yeah, I mean, to me, and it's part of the PUD agreement, so I mean, if it changes hands, those items should stand with the PUD. So unless they want to change that, then they'd have to come and change, ask for a change to the PUD. So.
We were obligated to report back to the planning commission the results of that, but, the planning commission expects to see some revisions to that area.
So is this in writing any place?
It's what was in the motion.
Planning commission motion?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If there aren't any more comments by the board, members of the public, anybody wish to speak? I know the meeting's dragging on and people are waiting. Okay, well, let's bring it back to the board, and I look for further discussion, possibly a motion. Carrie.
Just think it might be helpful if Brian or maybe Dick could just read what the motion is from the planning commission. That might better guide us as to what the challenge is.
Good idea, good idea.
And we might not need to be doing this, depending on how.
I will make one comment about the MAFE that's written with a recommended motion. That in the MAFE, it says approve the final site plan for phase 3. And to me, this is wrong. We're not approving phase 3, we're approving the market area of phase 3. Because like Sam pointed out, the other 3 or 4 buildings that are to the west of this are not part of, no, they're all part of phase 3. So we're only approving the market area of phase 3, not all of phase 3. Phase 4 has already been approved. That's the condos to the north.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes,
may. Can I,
Sam.
Ron, could you hinted on that there was discussion about the adjacent building in Phase 3 and how that, that would kind of play into the boulevard. Was there any limitations or discussions about how architecturally that would need to be built to soften up the, say the 3 restaurant pads adjacent to this, that
I don't know, Jim,
'Cause I
if
know
you want to
there's-
speak to that, but basically the corner building was talked about with, having the open area and amenities that would complement, what's happening with the market store. So, Jim, I don't know if you want to expand on that at all, or it's, basically, it hasn't been brought before the board, it's only been verbalized, and basically the subcommittee saw some items on it, but it hasn't been presented to the planning commission to move forward, so.
That's right. We haven't submitted it formally. We have had a series of pre-application meetings. We're continuing to work on those designs. The fact that we have a market here and a really exciting market has certainly sparked additional interest in those properties. Our plan is to come back to the Planning Commission and submit something formally in the next several weeks, ideally before the end of the year. Really what we're doing there is planning to do exactly what we've said all along, is further articulate, detail out the approved preliminary plan to have buildings up to the street with sidewalks, with outdoor areas, a series of restaurant and retail, and potentially even some office spaces was always discussed at the preliminary stage. So very much the same. The PUD documents talk about architecture, talk about building location, talk about connectivity and things like that. And so we're following those approved details.
Jim, do you feel that there's an opportunity on those remaining sites that we could add more community amenities? Because, right now they're just generic. Here's a building, it's all parking lot, but on the other side,
Well, I don't
moving
think
forward.
unless we haven't seen those yet, and I would disagree with the term generic, and I guess if they are generic, we'll continue to work to make sure that they're not. As really has been discussed for the last year or two, we look at this as a very, very public village with all 5 components. There's sidewalks throughout the whole thing. There's meeting areas. There's open paths. You compare this, it's different, but similar in terms of downtown Clarkston, the village. Other than Depot Park, which is really different, but within the main street, there's patios, there's sidewalks, there's passageways, there's gathering areas. I think it's a very, very public space. And so I think that these type of village centers in Independence Township and other communities try and have those same type of amenities.
Okay. And again, I don't have an issue with the market. I think that meets the intent and criteria that we were looking for. I'm just, whether it's perceived from the residents as a public gathering space is more my concern.
And I think that's what we're going to try to address. Ron, did you have specific language you proposed? Because I'm reading this and it says market in the main.
Well, I guess I just object to the first sentence where it says the final site plan for Phase 3. This is not for all of Phase 3. It's only for the market area. So it says hyphen market, So I just don't want to be anybody confused that I'm not intending to approve all of Phase 3 because
we haven't
not
seen
all
it.
of Phase 3 has been presented,
So
so.
the market of Walden Village 2 in Phase 3.
Yeah, that portion of Phase 3 is what we're approving.
Yeah.
so. Or if we move to approve.
Yeah, if you move, okay.
Did you want to hear the motion of
yes.
the planning commission? Okay. This may not be quite
What
as
took you so long?
explicit as you may wish it to be. But it was moved that the planning commission finds that the proposed project is consistent with the approved PUD, including the addition of the truck entry drive to the east of the building, and the planning commission recommends final site plan approval for this project, subject to the applicant meeting the recommendation in the consultant's report, which was in my report about the area, that landscape area, that plaza area being expanded, okay? Subject to the elimination of 6 parking spaces to add landscape islands, which they've already shown us it can be done. The consideration of revision to the south elevation, which is the elevation facing Walden Road, to break up the massing of metal panels. And if in the future the applicant determines that it is in their best interest to expand the outdoor patio, and this they meant further than what the expansion is we are proposing now, this should be permitted administratively and not have to go through numerous public hearings. That was part of their motion.
Well, does your report deal with the attempt to make that patio space and so forth more public-friendly?
No, my report just dealt with it expanding.
Okay, is it possible to make it that way? I mean, I think that was the tenor of the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's, I do. I think there are some ways that area can become more, it already is an open area, okay?
Right.
But I think that's something that we can explore further. What I would suggest is with the applicant is actually doing this at a subcommittee level like we did to get this project to this point. I don't want that responsibility to be placed administratively, but I do think that we can work in conjunction with a subcommittee to achieve that objective, yes.
And how should we state this then?
That if you are to approve it, that is conditioned upon the outdoor plaza and lawn area space being redesigned to include expanded outdoor gathering area. I don't know, at this point, I don't know exactly what we're going to try to achieve with this.
I mean, I think the idea would be to try to make it public-friendly.
Okay.
If that's doable, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, I don't know exactly what that means. It already is, it is accessible from, we have safety paths and sidewalks that border the entire area. We have, on the one hand, we had planning commissioners, and I heard from, I believe from board members, that said that you were concerned about that needing maybe to be enclosed more, so that, and children playing on that lawn while their parents are having coffee would have a sense of enclosure. So I guess that's
there's some
why
other way to be inviting. I'm not sure.
Well,
Maybe a larger entranceway opposed to just a sidewalk, like an actual entranceway from the public side, to bring you into the gathering area in some manner, or some architecture or some artwork or something that would make it seem more like,
perhaps some public seating area that's accessible from the safety path, for example.
Well, Jim, what do you think?
Well, I think there's ways to do that, and I think, working with a subcommittee makes sense to me. We can work together. I'd like to at least, you guys to consider some type of guardrails in that motion, that there has to be at least an awareness that at the end of the day there are engineering issues in terms of, we can't, we can't create things that can't be created from an engineering point of view, from a topographic point of view. We also have, just rules in terms of steps and slip and falls and things like that, we're not, when we say public, as a designer, who's brought many projects to you, I truly believe that this is a public space, and I guess it's a question of how we define that. The public is welcome. The public will be coming in and out, hopefully by the hundreds and thousands on a daily basis.
I mean, I think the discussion was the perception of the public.
So that's a design detail that we, OU, will work with Paul and Chris and Susan and their team. We'll have a subcommittee meeting if the board thinks that's a good idea. But at the end of the day, we have to, make sure that it balances both from a economic point of view, an engineering point of view, a business point of view, and a community point of view.
Well, just one comment.
Yep. Paul?
I mean, I'm just thinking about it in my head, and you've got the beautiful detail of that railing that comes around the patio area there on the corner. If you took that feature and moved it out so that the grass area was closer out to that corner of the grass area, and did a lesser feature along that area of the railing without the stairs going up and down, because in my mind that's what I would like, but I understand now what you're saying about having something like that's a great risk because people would fall up and down it.
Sure.
But now you're created really two areas without a lot more expense, because you're not changing the grades, you leave the grades, but if you move that feature out and then just put a lesser railing type that would fit up in that area, Now maybe you're seeing two areas that would create a larger public area there on that corner.
I think
With
that's
the
a great
grass.
idea. I think Mr. Lochran, if I remember right, was the planning commissioner, stood up and had really that very similar idea, and right away we said, yeah, I think that makes sense to almost incorporate that lawn as a front lawn area within there that can become.
And just reduce what
yeah.
you do up at the elevation area,
I
which
think
would
there's a
give more
design.
view from there down anyways, which would be nice.
Right. There's a design solution in there, and I hear what people are saying. I don't disagree with any of it. We just want to, kind of work together. We owe you a drawing, and I already have my pen in my hand, and we'll figure it out.
That was one of the major design things that was talked about at the planning commission, is that we wanted that area to be accessible. We didn't want people to feel like they had to go into the store and then go into this area.
Right.
That we wanted it to be accessible from the sidewalk. They could go there, use it as, say the Cub Scouts were out there for whatever reason, having a Cub Scout meeting. Well, you don't have to go in the store and then come out to the patio area. That was one of the major things discussed, that it's not a public gathering spot if you got to go through the store to get in there, so.
Yeah, agreed.
How long will this take at the subcommittee? Could we say within 30 days? Is that too long or too short?
No, I think that sounds good.
Well, let's say that, 30 days.
One really quick comment I have, maybe to make it feel more inviting, is to name that park, name that area something else, and then people will say, hey, let's go meet at such and such park or corner or whatever. If it had a separate name,
It's a good idea.
it might feel more inviting.
Walden Village Corner.
Yeah,
There you
something.
go, please.
There you go.
Yes, I wish.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, town center.
Carrie's Corner.
Sam's Corner.
Jerry's.
Mine sounds better.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Ron, do you want to take a stab?
All right. I'll move to approve the final site plan for the market of Walden Village area of Phase 3 of the plan unit development, contingent upon the comments of Carlisle Wortman, report dated November 2nd, 2022. Norick Frous report dated October 26th, 2022. The fire department report dated October 25th, 2022. And the other recommendations as made by the planning commission and the board commission tonight.
Within 30 days.
Yeah, and I guess have the design finalized within 30 days. So.
Okay, is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to call, but this is a simple
No. Roll call.
roll call.
Clerk Newbeck, yes. Treasurer Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Aliaga.
Yes.
Trustee Morocco.
Yes.
Trustee Nalamothu.
Yes.
Trustee Ritchie.
Yes.
Supervisor Fisher.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
We did it.
Item
This
number
one.
2.
I don't know, are you ready?
Hopefully this one will be.
Well, now we go to item 2.
Hopefully this will be a little less
Dramatic?
controversial.
Right. This is Eagle Ridge.
Definitely.
Yeah.
At Morgan Lake.
So yet another large project. This is a PRD amendment. It's a second reading. As you recall, they were doing some modification, and they actually acquired another 4+ acres of land. The Kelly firm has prepared some legal documents, updated the permit conditions and the development agreement to tie in this additional area. And one thing that was left out was the fact that this 4.7+ acreage was not, we didn't notice it for an ordinance amendment. So tonight, there's kind of two motions. One's a second reading for the development agreement and the permit conditions, updates and amendments. And then this is kind of a first reading for the ordinance. Now, the ordinance ties back to the documents that would be approved tonight, the development agreement and permit conditions. So we've got an updated ordinance in here ready to go. It's in your packet. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So the one that ties into the documents is the second reading and adoption.
The documents have been prepared for the second reading. Now, the ordinance that was prepared ties, has references back to the permit conditions and development agreement. That's only a first reading tonight.
What if it isn't approved, ultimately? Not that I'm a troublemaker, but
I'm pessimist.
Well, this is
I
the
just wanna-
second reading.
If the second reading's not approved.
We wouldn't go to
If
first.
the-
Or the ordinance.
Amendment.
we're gonna do first reading tonight.
Second reading
No,
of the amendment.
first reading of the ordinance amendment granting the approval.
Yes.
And that's gotta go through two amendments. So would we say that if that doesn't get second reading, then everything, all the bets are off?
Well, if you approve your second reading for the site plan, then the ordinance will have, and you didn't approve your first reading of your ordinance, the
Didn't
ordinance will
approve the
have to
second
come
reading.
back.
Didn't approve the second reading.
If you don't, so what's up tonight is your second reading of the plans.
Yes,
Yes, the first reading of the ordinance is up tonight.
but that's gonna take two readings.
Correct,
So what if we don't do that? What if somebody decides not to do that?
the ordinance.
Yeah,
Then the ordinance will have to come back again for first reading, because you have to add those 4.79 acres to your rezone. Those 4.79 acres are not rezoned to PRD
so does that
currently.
mean that the second reading would have to come back then again? The second reading we're
No.
doing tonight?
No, that would be done.
It's exclusive.
Okay,
And ultimately, they'd have to totally modify their entire site plan and take the 4.79 out, so
not that we want that, I'm just,
Yeah,
I'm just as a technicality.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's the thing, is part of their site plan that has that 4.79 acres that they're using in this PRD. So if that were to never happen, we never come back for second reading, then ultimately it dies and their site plan ultimately has to be totally modified.
That's what I said.
Eliminating the 4.7 acres.
Yeah,
Was this the
So-
landlocked piece?
yeah, this is the old landlocked piece, yeah.
So we're adding the landlocked piece as the first reading, adding it to the PRD.
Mhm.
That's the ordinance you're referring to.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So unfortunately, this wasn't as easy. We kind of discovered all this at the last minute, so like, we need to update this, so, but I think we're still getting to that same destination ultimately.
Good.
So we'd be back in probably December for the second reading.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Are you updating us on the situation with the HOA? 'Cause that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, so there has been discussions. Clearview Homes has given a fair offer. The HOA has not responded to that yet, so we're hopeful that there's a resolution, but there still isn't one. And I don't know if Brittany, you want to expand any more on that, but that's about all I can say on it.
I will just add
Yeah,
that
we
it's
need
my
to know what
understanding,
it
I don't
is.
want to misrepresent the HOA's position, but they were going to take it to the Clearview's offer to their full HOA board. I could not get a hold of their attorney this week. I'm really hoping to hear from him so that I can provide more details on where they're at in their negotiations.
yeah.
Yes.
Sam?
Can you expand on what you think the solution to the road maintenance is going to be? I mean, this is, to allow another development without, it's kind of disappointing that they didn't come to a conclusion before we allow, we double the amount of construction traffic on the road. So I'm kind of disappointed that they didn't think that was more important, the homeowners association, to get to a resolution. I thought that from watching the meetings that the hope was that they were going to feel comfortable with how the roads were going to be addressed prior to us allowing, so much more construction to use the road. So what do
I
you
can
You
speak
wanna
to this a little bit, 'cause I called 2 or 3 meetings that we had with the parties, HOA plus the developer, and we made significant progress, and particularly a big advance was made when Clearview put on the table a 3-point plan that that covered, and the HOA is satisfied with that plan with one exception, and it only has to do with how much contribution toward refurbishing the road as a result of phases 3 and 4. So
Right.
it's pretty close.
Can we make the permitting conditions at all tie that to the agreement before they start building? If we approve the land being added to the, the PRD, and if we approve that they can move forward with the future development, can we tie the permit conditions up until they've come up with an agreement to ensure that we're not, having all this development go through and then they never get to resolution, or Clearview backs out of the negotiations or whatever, and we're at a no turnaround point, and then they're in harm's way,
In my opinion, that amendment to the permit conditions would have to be voluntarily negotiated, i.e. Clearview would have to agree to it. Clearview did agree when they amended their master deed to work in good faith with the HOA to enter into the master association to govern payment and maintenance for the shared road.
Right, I understand. With the road conditions and the subdivisions, and Jerry knows that all this problem we're having, we're hoping that the Morgan Lake Phase 1 is going to not be one of the ones we're trying to resolve because of their collaboration with Clearview to correct their internal roads without the township being involved. That's why I guess we could ask Clearview if they would be willing to, how close they feel, if they'd be willing to agree to a condition of putting a shovel in the ground after they make the condition. But I am concerned about moving forward without that being agreed to already.
You can certainly ask them to enter into that, but they have been, I can tell you the parties have been meeting and voluntarily working towards resolution.
Is no representative here tonight, Mr. Supervisor, that you know of from the association?
No.
I did not see the HOA president
No,
here,
and I sent
or
him-
their council.
I sent him an email 2 days ago. I
Seems
talked.
odd.
He and their attorney have now responded.
Right. I talked to the attorney about 5 days ago, and we went back and forth, and I sent him an email 2 days ago, and just didn't hear from him.
That just seems kind of important that you would
I
like
know.
to give us some input.
I know.
I mean,
But Clearview has been forthright with the negotiations, I have to say.
thank you.
Well, let's say something.
Jose?
Yeah, no, Trustee Morocco brought a good point, but also I can see because I follow up with Brian during the last couple of weeks about Clearview, and I can see that they are acting in good faith, and that's important because they have reached out already the homeowner association, and that to me at least they're trying to. I mean, they right now are acting in good faith, and that's important,
Yes.
So I just want to add that comment, but.
Well, we do have another step along the way. We've got to do second reading of that ordinance, so that maybe the time between now and then we'll have the
Yes.
progress.
Encourage progress.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say from the planning commission point of view, we already held up Clearview and made, I guess, recommended that they work with the homeowner association. I think we held them up for multiple months.
Yeah,
I don't
it
know
was.
exactly how many months it was, but we held them up at the planning commission step to not let them move forward until this was negotiated. And when it was determined that the parties weren't maybe acting like they should, then the planning commission decided to move forward, and that's why we're at this first and second reading of where we're at. So I mean, it's the HOA has to decide what they want to do, but to do nothing isn't helping anybody. I don't think so.
Exactly.
Right.
That's my opinion from the
I
planning
like the
commission.
fact that there's a safeguard. We have one more reading. But
Yeah.
I would feel more comfortable, I think everyone would, if they would get back to the table and get something
Yep.
done so that we all feel like everybody's protected.
Absolutely.
We do have one,
Well,
The
you want one
ordinance
more
we
reading
come
for
back.
the
Ordinance.
amendment?
I don't
The
know how
ordinance
we
will come
can.
The ordinance?
Second reading for the ordinance.
That will come
This is
back.
a
Right, but
two-part
we can
two-part
put
move.
some stipulation in with the first reading to that effect. Permit conditions would, I think, wouldn't that be more under the second reading for this evening?
Well, I don't,
I don't
Yeah,
see
I
a
don't
permit
think we can
condition
put
being
it-
part of an ordinance.
no.
Well, I think it's,
So I
the
don't think
idea
it's
was,
appropriate
I'm
for
sorry.
I mean, it's really been, the township's role in the negotiations is basically to facilitate.
Right.
You know, it's not to negotiate on behalf of either party. So we're just there to provide space to hash it out. So that's really been our role
Good point.
so far.
Mr. Supervisor, if I may.
Yes.
I agree, and, you know, but we also want to protect the residents who are HOA, not a professional building and development company, so they're not as equipped to act in a timely manner. Does it slow anything down if we don't move on the second reading, but we move on the first reading, and then at the next meeting, we move on both at the same time? Does that put us at the same finish line? Is there any benefit? Because we're not going to be done until they're all read. So if we only do the first reading tonight on the ordinance, and we have the other two at the same time, you know, with the idea that the negotiations will be complete and everyone feels comfortable with it, it'd be like just send both of them through at the same time.
Well, I know from a developer's standpoint, I know they want to push forward with construction drawings, you know, so that's really what they're
But
at right
can they
now.
do that without the ordinance being approved?
I think it's at their own risk, yes. Because typically on a first and second read of an ordinance like this, there's really not much to that at a board level. So, you know, I don't think I mean, I suppose you can postpone this, but I mean, it's
Well, not
really.
postpone it, can we just do the ordinance and then we still land at the exact same finish line, because we can't finish
Well,
tonight no matter what?
yeah, in essence, you're not making a motion then on the development agreement and permit conditions.
No, just the ordinance.
What is thought Clearview on that? Would that be acceptable?
We prefer it to be read the way it was intended. I mean, we thought we were coming here for final on everything, and understand what Brian's saying about the step being missed by the township, which is fine. But, I mean, we need to proceed. And the comments
Okay,
about.
do you mind coming up to the,
No problem.
Yeah, because I mean,
No problem.
not to interrupt, but you know, I think they're basically sold out of phase 2 right now. That's why we're at this point where they want to proceed, but, you know, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy to get into as many deals.
Eric,
Yes, sir.
give her your name.
Sorry, Eric Knesny, owner of Clearview Homes. You know, I guess more than happy to give any background or discussions and fill everybody in on what's going on. I mean, the high level big picture, we've been waiting on the HOA for many, many months. I mean, honestly, it's been over a year. I have more documentation than anybody wants to read that proves that. Emails, lawyer contacts, lack of lawyer contacts. The township attorney has made it abundantly clear the HOA is non-responsive. And we've made multiple concessions at this point. And if we really rewind back to what the township's real role here is, the original conditions of approval said that we would work to come up with a fair maintenance agreement for cost sharing on the road. That's it. Not a master HOA, which has been already vetted by the township attorney. We've offered that up because that's what the township has made clear they want. It's what the HOA and the little bit of discussion has made clear they want, and we're fine with it. It makes sense. But we don't need to do that. All that we need to do is have a fair agreement for ongoing maintenance for all homeowners that live within, which we've been more than fair with what we've offered. I don't think anybody, including everybody on your own staff, has disputed that any step of the way. We've actually been overly generous with our offer because we want this for the HOA in the original section. We want this for the township. We want it for ourselves. We have residents in the second phase already living in there. I mean, as Brian said, we're basically sold out of our current phase. Practically, I understand the concerns, But if you think about what else we have left in the community to develop, we're trying to add in an additional 24 units right now. We also have another 105 that's not even in front of anyone. So if anyone's worried we're gonna not perform or vanish or whatever word anyone wants to use, we have a lot more reasons to stay engaged and work through this in the next phases than even currently. What we have left in the next phases is more than all of the current residents in there now and our current phase. So we've been engaged, we're still engaged. I'm more than happy to share as many details and proof of all of this, but we need to move forward. We've done our part in every step. We've been more than patient. We're the ones that keep coming to the table, and the HOA continues to be non-responsive. I mean, I don't know what else to say other than that, but we need to move forward. We've done our part. We've met all of our obligations. No one on the staff from the township, including the township attorney, has disputed that, and we're at the point where we need to move forward.
Thank you.
If there's any specific questions, I'm more than happy to answer, but that's the reality of where we're at.
Thank you.
No problem.
I have a legal question here because I'm ready to make the motion.
Okay.
Do I have to do the first reading, that motion first? No, okay,
The two items go together, so you can make them in either order.
okay, thanks. So, based on them waiting a year and, they have done their due diligence and the association looks like they're not, so I agree, it's time to move forward. So I'll move to approve the second reading of the amendment to the Eagle Ridge at Morgan Lake Planned Residential Development to add approximately 4.79 acres of land, including site plan approval of an amendment to the Phase 2 of the development consisting of 24 single-family lots located on the south side of Mabee Road, east of Interstate 75. Approve the amendment to the development agreement, permit conditions, and direct the supervisor and clerk to sign the documents on behalf of the township.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. If we had, I don't know if we had a discussion by the public, if public's interested. Anybody online interested? Okay, I guess not. Let's bring it back then. Any discussion on the motion? All right. All in favor of the motion?
Roll call.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Treasurer Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Aliaga,
Yes.
Trustee Morocco,
Yes.
Trustee Nalamothu,
Yes?
Trustee Ritchie.
Yes.
Supervisor Fisher.
Yes.
Clerk Newbeck, yes. Motion carried.
Terry, did you want to do?
Sure.
Before I just wanna, Bernie, the next week if we can follow up with some updates about this.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely do so.
Okay. Terry?
I'll move to approve the first reading of the amendment to the ordinance granting the Morgan Lake Planned Residential Development and direct the township clerk to publish said ordinance in accordance with state law and hereby set the second reading of said ordinance amendment for December 20th, 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Any discussion from out here? Nope.
Roll call.
Roll call. That's what I was going to say.
Trustee Aliaga,
Yes.
Trustee Morocco,
Yes.
Trustee Nalamothu.
Yes.
Trustee Ritchie.
Yes.
Supervisor Fisher.
Yes.
Clerk Newbeck, yes. Treasurer Brown.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
It's very disappointing they weren't here,
I know.
the HOA.
So please stay at the table and see if,
We've been and
I know you have.
Anybody want us to schedule a meeting, we'll be there.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your cooperation. I appreciate your cooperation. All right, item number 3, request to approve Noack and Frost Engineers proposal for Walden Center Drive intersection improvements. Mr. Carlisle.
Yes. Quite relevant to earlier agenda item. The Corridor Improvement Authority is moving forward with engineering design of the new light at the intersection of Walden Center and Walden Road. This project is the Township Board agreed to make it an obligation of the Corridor Improvement Authority. We got agreement from Oakland County that they considered it as sort of a part of our existing plan and approved it as such. So consequently, what I have before you tonight is a proposal from our township engineer, one of our township engineers, Noah Frous, to begin the process by doing the design work. This went before the CIA board, and they made a recommendation of approval, but we felt because of the significance of this and the fact that the township board has advanced monies to the Corridor Improvement Authority, that it was appropriate to bring this before the township board.
Is there a representative here tonight, Dick?
No. No, Mr. Jason he happened to be on vacation this week, so.
Mr. Chairman, is it okay to ask him a question?
Sure.
I guess the only, so I'm not familiar with all the engineering, but it seems like a lot of money that we're spending for an intersection, which you would think would be somewhat of a template, but apparently not, Because, I mean, I'm sure they've done 1 million intersections, but the only one quick thing that jumped out at me, and it could be anything, is that, so we're getting billed by the hour for all of the steps, topography, this, that, but then, there's the traffic consultant on one of the invoices is $7,000, and the traffic consultant on another one is $5,000, but they're the only thing on the invoicing that doesn't get billed by the hour. It's just a big, it's just thousands of dollars under the traffic consultant heading, and I was wondering, if they've done all these and everything, they know like it takes 92 hours for this and 87 hours for this. How come the biggest numbers aren't justified by time spent? Is that just,
I can't answer that, but it is included in the total not to exceed amount.
No, right.
Okay, so regardless of what the traffic consultant, who is involved, as I understand, in actually designing the signalization, the sequence plans and all that stuff to submit to the road commission, if their services exceed that amount, there is a total not to exceed amount of $43,000. Let me, in response to your first question, this is a $500,000 project, so it is not a small project. There's also some improvements that have to be made to Walden Center Drive, just on the south side, to add additional right turn, I think a right turn lane. So keeping in mind that this is, as a CIA project, the township is really only paying for about half of this project.
And I'm not disputing the
Oh, I
bill,
know.
it just seems that's the only one that isn't, doesn't justify it by a reason, so I just thought for my knowledge to ask that.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I can't answer that because my basic, basic concern was that there was a not to exceed amount on this particular proposal for the township.
You satisfied with that?
Well, as much as I can be.
Okay.
I'll have to ask a traffic consultant, how do you bill?
As compared to tabling it for 1 week or
Yeah, no, I was just, it
Okay.
just seemed, everything else was very
Yeah, good question.
specific.
It's a
And I
good
thought,
question.
big
Very good
chunk,
question.
like,
Very good
okay, how'd
question.
you come up with that number?
Yeah, right.
You know?
Okay. Any members of the public? Any other discussion, or is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve the Nowak and Frost proposal for engineering services of the Walden Center Drive intersection improvements as presented, with a not-to-exceed amount of $43,517, and direct the supervisor to sign the proposal as the authorized representative of the township.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'm still here.
Okay, the annual report for the CIA.
As we do every year, we come before the township board, and I think that the sequence of this was a little out of sequence because I will be back in December because we have to have our statutorily required public participation, public input session with the taxing jurisdictions before the township board, which we've done the last 2 years and have had, and I usually give the annual report then, but unfortunately, we wanted to get this on tonight when the Newlack and Frous contract was on. Anyway, the annual report really is really documenting the activities of the CIA. The only, in the last project of the CIA is this light, and consequently, with the township, we did an analysis of the revenues coming forward, and even with the monies that are going to go towards advancing for this light, it appears that it is likely that the obligations to the general fund or to the township to pay off the bonds will be done, will be earlier than 2029 when it was actually originally projected. The reason for that, obviously, is we've had some fairly significant development activity, the Kirko project, the MSU Credit Union, several other projects that have generated new TIF revenues. The TIF revenues are approximately $150,000 greater per year than what we originally projected when we adopted the amended plan in 2017. And next year, Township Assessor projects that the revenues are going to be, at least approximately another $140,000, $150,000 more than this year. So the TIF revenues that are being generated are accelerating like we anticipated. And again, in all likelihood, the CIA will be able to pay back the township the money that was advanced before the actual time it was due. So that's all really good news.
Great, good report.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody in the public want to weigh in on this? It's pretty interesting. Okay. Any discussion by the board? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the 2021 Sashabaw Corridor Improvement Authority, CIA, annual report as required by the Corridor Improvement Authority Act, Excerpt Act 280 of 2005, MCL 125.2889.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Brian's already there. Request to approve the formation of the Morgan Lake Improvement Board.
Okay, so the township was recently approached by the Morgan Lake Association to form a lake improvement board. They've had, for many years, they've been paying to aerate the lake, and they've just had trouble getting a consistent group of people paying the annual fees. So by forming a lake improvement board, it's all based on Public Act 451 of 1994, and that they have to get a petition of 2/3 of the property owners. The one in your packet isn't the notarized version. That's in the hands of the association. But we did go through and compare the signatures. They're all accurate. And just so you know, and for some information, Lake Improvement Board has to involve a member of the County Board of Commissioners, and that's appointed by the chairperson of the Board of Commissioners. It has to have 2 representatives from the township, the drain commissioner or a designee, and also a property owner. Our legal counsel, the Kelly firms, prepared a resolution to adopt by the township board, and it's in front of you tonight.
Any questions by the board? Paul?
So I brought this up earlier. It appears that it says that 2 township board members, is that what that means? 2 representatives of the township?
Yes.
So if that's what the law is, why do the other lake boards not have 2?
Exactly.
The one Van Norman that I'm on has 2.
Yeah, but it's got one from each community.
Right, and I was gonna ask that question next. I didn't know if all of Morgan Lake was in Independence
It is.
Township.
It is.
Okay, totally.
All of Walters Lake's in Independence Township.
Okay.
There's only one board member on it.
Actually, you know what, looking at the language of the law, I have it right in front of me, it says two representatives from the township in which the lake is located.
So
So I
it
would
doesn't
say
necessarily
two
have
people
to be a
from the
board
township.
member.
So it doesn't have to be
Not board
board
members.
members.
I'm
Okay,
sorry for that confusion.
yes.
Supposed to be one, at least one board member though.
So this, yeah, this should say there should be one, doesn't it require a board member from the local community? From the local governing body?
Yes.
So this is, we need to add that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it doesn't need to be there.
Brian, does
Well,
this
two
generate revenue?
representatives of the township, one consisting of,
Well, yeah,
The
this
local
is
body.
essentially.
So, yeah, this is.
Is this like an SAD for riparians?
Yes.
Yes,
Is
it
that what
is.
this
It does
is? Sorry, I'm
exactly
new,
what it
so
is.
I've got a few questions.
That's right.
So all the riparian owners on the lake we're talking about creating an SAD to tax them on that, generate revenue from them. What is that, how much is that money? What's that amount?
We don't know, we haven't determined the amount yet.
It's whatever
'cause
that
it
board determines.
That's what the
why
board-
they have your board of the residents.
Calculates that.
So
Paul's
all these-
on one, so he knows exactly how
Give me
it
an
works.
And
example.
there's also off-lake property that has access to this. who
Yes.
would also-
Keyholing?
Would also, it's not keyholing if they're not putting docks in, so.
Okay.
On Walters Lake, the charges are much higher for the riparians. So we have a unit of benefit, and the riparians pay a full unit, and people off the lake pay a quarter. And people off the lake who are just vacant land pay like a tenth.
So if you had a beach,
So we spend 50 grand a year.
you
on
collect
Walters Lake.
50?
We collect and spend $50,000 on harvesting, lake treatment, fish stocking. We have a water engineer firm that manages, making
Right.
sure that things are properly done by law, and
How does that number of people reflect Morgan, so the density of riparian owners would contribute to the quality and quantity of work that you could perform. So how's Morgan Lake, how many residents compared to, say, the lake you're on?
you said there's 70 lakefronts?
Something like
Yeah, there's only 19.
and then you guys.
How many? What?
19, and there's, and then there's.
Their
Eagle
phase
Ridge.
that they're proposing to build is all part of it too, right?
Oh, yeah.
The phase that we're talking about tonight?
Ultimately, they can participate.
They can, or we can make them?
Good evening. I'm Rodney Bryce, 4180 Roar Road, currently the president of Lake Owners Association. We have 19 homeowners directly on the water. So
Please. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
we have 19 homeowners that are directly access to the water at the moment. As Brian stated, we've had issues with getting payment for electricity. We have currently 3 bubblers. Unfortunately, two of our pumps died, so we had to buy 2 new pumps, which basically uses up almost all of the money we had left. In general, just as a general statement, it's about $220 a month to run the pumps, and we run them about 8 months out of the year, turn them off over the winter so we don't have a soft spot in the water. So we end up with about, if everyone paid, we'd have about $6 left from each person. They don't all pay. So.
Just the 19 people.
Over the years, we were able to have a surplus. We're pretty much running out of that now.
So you're saying the rest of the property is getting developed though, right?
Yeah.
So there are other property owners who would butt this lake right
There's
now.
going to be future property owners, yes.
Well, no, somebody owns a property now.
Crestview owns the property today.
That's right. And is he voted?
I didn't know anything about this till I walked in.
Okay, because
today,
vacant-
saw it on the
Oh,
agenda.
boy.
That's why I stayed to see what we were even talking about.
I thought you liked us.
Typically, vacant land is going to be assessed as well, some share. A vacant parcel would get assessed just as well.
But as of right now, isn't it?
And so,
So in the past, it has not been. We have, it's a voluntary association of the 19 homes. We know that things are going to grow and expand, so we want to get this board created so that we can make negotiations and discussions with whomever needs to be involved.
So what is the district going to be?
Is the assessor here?
She was.
She was, yeah.
What is the district? Will the district just be the homes around the lake?
Our intent would be the homes around the lake, but we're not sure exactly yet who all will have access to the lake.
Well, that's in their permit conditions.
Yeah, you want me to
So,
Yeah.
so,
I mean, technically, right now, all of phase one has access. I mean,
I'm just-
the definition of access is the ability to walk up to the lake.
Is there a
Yeah.
common area?
Common area, yeah. I mean,
On the water?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they have access.
So
I'm
they'd be
wondering
more like your
if-
quarter people?
This sounds like it might be premature.
That's what I'm
Maybe-
wondering.
Yeah, maybe we want to get it refined so that everybody in the future understands what's coming, and maybe they can be involved now, but not have the full assessment, or maybe no assessment for some time. And in other words, somehow get it teed up a little bit so that,
So, from a cost, what can I share for?
yeah,
The engineer alone is about 8 to 10,000 a year. I don't know if you're aware of that.
we currently don't have an engineer doing anything,
Right, but forming this board is gonna require an engineer to be on the board.
does it?
Yes.
Okay, there are things we don't know yet, so we're.
Yeah, no, I
we're
know.
gonna be learning.
So you can reach me here, and if you'd like to come in, I can walk you through a whole bunch of this, because I've sat on the board for 10 years. And maybe I can show you guys some stuff. I'd be happy to do that. Don't need to be at the meeting. I can show you how we calculated how much each parcel shared in charges and what the kind of expenses are, and I'd be happy to do that, so you can come back. Or maybe just make sure you're getting the right plan you want. Even if you have to wait a little bit,
Yeah.
you want what's really gonna be the future solution. You don't wanna do something now and find out you gotta redo it later.
right. That's what I'm concerned about.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So I gotta just, my head's spinning on this. So right now, they have a large parcel on the water that's,
Four
that
units.
we haven't approved yet to become multiple parcels on the water. That's gonna be the ordinance, right? When we approve the additional, technically, he doesn't have all those lots on the water today, if we were to approve this. But Clearview's going to. So is there a benefit to waiting till that all those lots have been legitimately formed and tax ID'd before you would do an SAD, so that they're part of it? Or if you do it today and you just have Clearview owns one big, peninsula of land, how hard is it to add them later, and how does it affect the contribution right now? Because to Jerry's point, it's almost like an hour ago, we were talking about adding a whole bunch of properties to that lake
Yeah.
that would change the whole concept
Right.
of the SAD.
Right.
So is now are we going so fast that then we've got to do a ton of work to get everyone else added to it later? Because I know nothing about SADs.
Yeah,
That's
we
why I'm
gotta
asking.
do as much as we can now, and these guys are really smart, so they could help you with the whole thing.
I don't speak out of turn.
You have to
for a
come up
second,
again,
but
Eric.
I mean, I didn't know anything about this, obviously. Ladies, I mean, I don't know enough about the lake to comment on the lake, and, I mean, when you say getting an engineer, and then you guys threw out what you sounded like you were currently spending, and sounds like what you're just trying to do is get everybody kicking their fair share.
Right.
I mean, my suggestion would be, why don't we set up a meeting? Let's us talk about what you're trying to accomplish. I'm on your side and agree that we can help, at least from
Yeah.
our standpoint, our parcels we control, to help make sure that they pay into an association. We can make it mandatory, we can control all that. But when you throw out numbers, and again, I'll just walk in faith here, spending 10 grand on an engineer to come do, I don't know, whatever they're gonna do seems crazy to me. Yeah, on a lake with, that you're gonna end up with, you said there's, how many people currently? 19? I mean, you're
How
gonna
many-
end up with 30 parcels on there. I mean, everybody's gonna end up spending $1,500 versus your 100 or whatever you're paying right now. I mean, I don't know if that's really what you wanna get out of this, but if you really want to pay $1,500, then, I mean, that's what it sounds like, and I don't know anything about it.
Our lake's 78 acres, and they do more evaluations than they would on a smaller lake. But I can also get him to participate in a meeting with you folks to let you know right from the engineer what it might take for something like that. So,
That'd be great.
I mean, to me, that's more what you guys are trying to get out of it. I mean, I don't know enough about any engineer come to look at the lake.
Can I just ask this question? If we do gather as a group.
I'm sorry, you gotta state your name and address in there.
Carpenter, 4106 Roar Road.
Did you get it?
If we do in fact.
Wait, could you say that again, please? She didn't get it.
Oh, Evelyn Carpenter. Thank you.
Thank you.
4106 Roar Road. Can I go?
Yeah.
So if we do in fact get together as a group, I'm sure your engineer is, the cost is according to the size of your lake. I'm pretty sure.
okay.
So maybe we could sit down and talk to them to see what they do. The whole thing is we want to protect the lake. We have a new group coming in, and I think if we do in fact have that opportunity to sit down and talk,
Great.
maybe we can in fact come back later
Yes.
with a proposal for a board.
Carrie?
I could be wrong, but from the way I read the resolution is this is just to create the board. The resolution says the lake board shall determine the scope of the project. The lake board shall establish a special assessment district. Within the special assessment district, parcels of land. We're just approving a lake board. There's a lot to be done by the lake board, and they will have that power. That's all that, by the way I read the resolution tonight, that we're doing is just creating or establishing a lake board. Then they can go and do all of this.
Yes, but
This is
that
the-
includes adding one of you to that board.
And doesn't that, it sounded like it again, I'm the
And-
layperson here, doesn't that
Uh,
trigger a bunch of additional things? I mean, you're
Not-
out here
well,
required
not-
to have an engineer and.
No.
So
It depends on what you're doing.
procedurally, what happens is the lake board's formed, and then they hire an engineer who does a feasibility study and tells them how much the cost of the improvements will be. At that time, the lake board decides the scope of the project that they're undertaking on the lake. All of those come after the lake board is established and before the assessment roll is confirmed. So all of those questions would be answered before this board ever saw an assessment roll.
Well, Brittany, what is the district then? Is the district established by the lake board after it's formed?
Correct,
Yeah,
yes.
well, that's fine then.
resolution.
That's
Yes,
fine then.
so from the statutory perspective, the township board has two roles. First, when 2/3 of the lakefront owners bring it to the attention of the board passes such a resolution to create the lake board. The second part is when the assessment roll comes back to the board, the clerk does review and make a recommendation to the board on whether to adopt that. Otherwise, everything is pretty much on, all the other statutory duties are undertaken by the lake board itself.
Now, there's a little anomaly here.
Mhm.
Is that, so you have 2/3 of 19 that have submitted this, but now, in the future, you might have 30.
Yes.
And now we no longer have 2/3.
I have a question about
And there-
that legally as well.
And there's so
This
vacant.
partially applies to me, partially applies to the current HOA, which you just brought up.
I'm sorry.
answer
Can
this
everybody
first?
discussing this please come to the microphone?
sorry.
Thank you.
I didn't want to knock
That's
people out of
okay.
the way to get up here. But yes, that is a little bit of a conundrum, but all the board can consider are the property owners who are lakefront property owners today.
I think we should
But-
adjourn.
Can I ask you a question about that though, Brandon?
Sure.
So how are
Come up to the top of the microphone.
the HOA is currently a property owner. So how is they're considered one property owner?
Yes.
So they would only be then assessed as one property owner.
Correct.
So the entire HOA, if you paid $100 or $1,500, the entire HOA would only pay $1,500.
It depends because the assessment roll would need to come back to would need to be approved by the lake board and come back to this board. And at that time, property ownership may have transferred, and we can also always amend an assessment roll.
Yeah, but I think we should start when we know who is involved and everybody involved, and not get off on this foot, because, I mean, we have 19 now, there might have 30 or 40 later. And then we don't have the 2/3.
I got a question.
Yes.
Is this impacted by how the lake access is defined in the deeds of the property owners?
So the statute is pretty unclear, and actually, WRC is actually working to provide guidance right now to communities on how to determine who is a lakefront property owner. We don't have that guidance currently, and it hasn't been litigated. However, we determine if you have lakefront access, that's generally how it's been determined if you factor into that 2/3.
So it could be lakefront or access.
Let me double check the statute on that one. I don't want to make a rush
Yeah.
opinion.
I think we ought to,
Can I
Just-
ask a
It's
question?
2/3 of the free owners owning lands abutting a lake. So you actually have to abut the lake. That's what the statute says.
It's created by that group, but they can assess people who don't abut the lake but have access.
Not under, that's not my interpretation of the statute. You should only the property owners abutting the lake should be assessed.
Yeah, well, that's not.
You disagree?
We have multiple lakes that
All
are
right.
being assessed.
Well, I'm
because
gonna
they-
take a
because
step
they-
back and.
Okay.
why don't we check this out?
Yeah, I'll check it out for you.
And you let us know when you want to put it back on the agenda.
I have
do
just
they
one
want
quick
to
question.
remove it?
Sam?
Is
So-
the requester asking to remove it?
Well, it doesn't make any sense to approve it.
But are they asking to remove it? They're the one that brought it to us.
Right. Can I just ask a quick question?
Are you asking me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess
There's a
I'm
lot of
asking
people here.
anybody that's, can answer it. So what I'm not clear about is if the SAD is created after the lake is evaluated and the board puts together what they need, how do you pay for the lake evaluation if the SAD hasn't been established? Who pays for it?
Contributions, I would,
Rather,
Yeah,
because it's kind of a weird thing. You
Yeah,
can have a lot of
so-
money tied up in all the,
yeah,
the reports and testing, but then there's no funds in place to pay for that.
right. And I'm not sure you can assess afterward.
I guess
Right,
it's a little
retroactively?
improvement. Maybe
Yeah.
we should wait
Yeah.
and let's follow up next week with this too and
Okay, I would
we'll bring it
say.
back, right?
I don't
We agree with
disagree,
that?
but Mr. Morocco, to answer your question, there is, under the statute, the county board of commissioners may provide for a revolving fund to pay for preliminary costs of improvement projects. That's
May.
within their discretion. May.
So the county could offer to pay in advance for all of the testing, then would they expect to be reimbursed once the SAD was approved? And if not, who's on the hook for the money that they agreed to contribute up front, if they even agreed to it?
If,
Would it have to be paid back?
that would be within the discretion of the board of county commissioners.
Anybody have any experience on whether the Board of County Commissioners pays for those things without asking to be reimbursed?
I doubt
We
that
haven't
they would
created
not,
one.
I've never
I
been on
doubt that
lake
they would
boards, I
go
don't
without
know.
being reimbursed.
They could borrow it from the transit fund.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's still
that's-
your pocket.
They've got
That's
plenty of
all I
money.
got.
They've got plenty of money.
Crazy.
Okay, so to back up, you're looking for a written legal opinion from me on who can be included in a lake SAD. I.e., do they have to be lakefront property owners actually abutting the water course?
Do we need that now?
I think it's important because we have other lake boards, of
yeah.
people that are not. So
Seems
yes,
like
I
you'd
think-
want
Okay.
clarity.
You got
All
it.
right,
Yeah.
I got it. Do you want to hear from
Yeah, so,
any of these lovely people?
Bernie,
so
follow up next week.
we're gonna adjourn this. We'll adjourn this till the next meeting, and if you're not ready, we'll adjourn it further.
Okay, so what are, so then-
You're gonna be meeting with all these people to figure out a better formula for yourself.
But we will follow up. Brian, we will follow up with this and Bernie. I mean, you can contact my office next week. Brian will give you that number and then contact me and I will follow up with that very closely with Brian and Bernie. Sounds good?
Yep.
Brian, can you give her my contact info so I can follow up with them as well? All right, let's do that.
Very good, right? Yep.
No problem.
All right. All right, Brian, you're still there? Pen stopped working. Request to approve second reading and adoption of proposed amendment to Chapter 50 zoning ordinance, Section 11.8, lake access regulation.
So this has been in front of the board a couple times now, and also back to the planning commission multiple times. This is essentially a clarification of the current section 11.08 of the zoning ordinance on lake access regulations. It really cleans up a lot of the language, makes it more clear. There was a small addition made after the first reading that Treasurer Brown had recommended that is in the proposed ordinance as a red line strike through. I believe it's page 4 of the document. And that just cleans up, that the planning commission has discretion on essentially where, or, you know, in terms of where the docking would be.
Right.
On that. So, other than that, nothing else has changed in the ordinance. We've gone back and forth many times on this.
I think it's ready.
I believe so. I think we've adjudicated enough.
Any questions?
So,
Any members of the public wish to speak? Any member online?
We got a public record.
Oh, please. You have to come up to the podium, please. And give your name and your address, please.
Hello, I'm Sean Mepham, address 7255 Oak Forest Drive.
How do you spell the last name?
Mepham, M-E-P-H-A-M.
Thank you.
Mepham, it's all good.
Good, it's all good.
So, four of my neighbours and I, we share our dock onto Deer Lake, and we want to just have it verbalised that we will be grandfathered in with the small dock that we have, and with the 5 households have access to put boats on the water.
Has this ever been approved? Was it ever approved?
this has been a deed restriction for over 50 years.
Yeah.
On those lots.
So it was
It's essentially
before
approved.
before any of the ordinances were put in place.
Exactly.
So you've got a grandfather, and the ordinance expressly grandfathers.
Thank you.
Yeah, any project that, or anything that was approved ahead or before this ordinance, essentially grandfathers them in. It's written in clear English in the ordinance that what has been approved is still approved.
Thank you. My neighbours will be happy with your notes.
Thank you for sitting through the meeting. All right, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the second reading and adopt the ordinance to amend Charter Township of Independence Ordinance Code, Chapter 50, zoning ordinance, revisions to Section 11.08 relating to lake access regulations as presented, and direct the clerk to publish the notice in a manner prescribed by law.
A second.
Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Do we need to roll call?
Trustee Morocco.
Yes.
Trustee Almothu.
Yes.
Trustee Ritchie.
Yes.
Supervisor Fisher.
Yes.
Clerk Newbeck, yes. Treasurer Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Aliaga.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. So we're going to skip the fire items now.
Bye.
We're at the halfway point.
I thought we wanted those after the budget
That's
session.
exactly. Number 7.
You know it is my bedtime.
Request authorization for disposal of assets with a cost basis.
We're
in
testing to
excess
see
of
if you really want to
$5,000.
dispose of it or not. So
Yeah.
just forget it, I'm going back, we're keeping it.
Yeah, exactly. Good evening. The fire department on this first MAPE is we're looking to dispose of a UTV, which is an all-terrain vehicle that the fire department came and got approval last year, July, from the board. We received it right around December of '21. It still sits on a trailer in our fire station, unused. As we continue to evaluate our services for the township and essentially what's relevant, what we need and what we don't need. Met with all our officers. We have 13 fire officers in the fire department, and we've discussed it on numerous occasions. And essentially, what is this vehicle really going to do to serve us? Does it really have any utilization for the fire department? And we came to the determination that we'd rather dispose of it at this time. We feel like it's just going to be a piece of equipment that will essentially go unused. And of course, we looked at some historical data. I can just, off the top of my head, we've only had one run that we would have used the vehicle for in the last 6 years in the township, where you would have looked for somebody who was missing in the township, off-road. So essentially, the reasoning to get it in the first place, I guess I can't support it through data that we need it for the fire department. So I'm asking for board approval if we could sell the item at market value and work with the treasurer on getting rid of it.
Any questions?
I have one. Well, they all do.
Yeah. Carrie?
Quick question.
Sure.
Does this include the trailer that it's on, or do you need the trailer for something else?
So the trailer is under the 5,000 for asset disposal. And Dave, I talked to Dave, Dave's thinking about maybe he would want to purchase it. If not, we would
Okay, just
obviously try to
wondering.
sell that.
Okay.
He can purchase it, I'll list it on eBay, go ahead.
What a deal.
My only question was, is because the piece of equipment's so new,
Mhm.
and that, you know, you take a hit when you buy new stuff, is there any benefit? Because I know we just had the Parks and Rec in here with a shopping list of vehicles they needed. Instead of taking like a bigger hit, is there any way that we could soften the blow and move it to, you know, Derek's department? Because he was, I think he was asking for something similar to that in his last presentation.
So I already spoke to Derek
Okay.
regarding it, thinking that for the same reason he may have a use for it. The particular machine that we have, Derek went and looked at it. It doesn't fit his needs for what he would want, for all the reasons why he would want one. So we did check with him, and we did check with Dave to see if maybe DPW could use that particular machine. And
Safety
again-
path, maybe?
Pardon me?
Safety path? No? Okay.
So I was thinking the same as you.
I think those
So,
are probably more like a
um,
Gator versus the ATV, so.
Yeah. It's got no doors, so if you use it in the wintertime, you're freezing in it, so.
I'm hopeful that we'll actually get something close to what we paid for it, because there's been a pretty steep increase in costs of these things. Prices are way up, and this thing's in perfect condition. My plan is to put it on eBay, and this is a great time to sell those, so I'm gonna, if the board approves this, it'll be listed, within a few days, I think.
I agree.
Okay.
I was gonna bring this up with the ambulance, which is coming up, but
Mm-hmm.
is there any the more rural fire departments, you know, do you communicate with Groveland and Brandon and all of them when we're doing asset, liquidation, just, or not? I just ask, you know. I was
We
thinking
throw
more
it
about
out
the
there. I haven't
ambulance.
thrown this one out there yet. I do know Groveland already, they have one of these machines. That's certainly what we can do at a Chiefs Association meeting, is put it out there.
Groveland has one because they have the off-road vehicle recreation center there.
Right. They have more of a need than we
It's
have. before.
recreational. All right, any other questions, comments? Is there a motion?
I'll move to authorize the fire chief in cooperation with the treasurer to dispose of a 2021 Polaris Ranger Crew XP 1000, VIN number 4XARSE 991 M8471377, having a cost basis greater than $5,000 in accordance with the township's asset management policy.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Some new design?
New design. So back in July, the board gave approval to the fire department to do fire station design for the 6500 Citation Drive Fire Station, which is our station number 1. We're, I would say, 80 to 90% through the design process with AKA Architects. And as we've progressed through those design meetings, I guess the best way to put it, it's we have identified now that we need to look at plumbing, electrical, and mechanical of the fire station. Things need to be moved. It's been discovered that the HVAC units that are on the roof of the building, 2 of the 3 need to be replaced. Additionally, they found that even the system, the way it's set up, the HVAC system, it's not set up correctly in terms of cold air returns in the fire station, so things need to be fixed with that. Also, we know that the sprinkler system at that fire station has been shut off for a couple of years due to leaks. That needs to be addressed. And then additionally, in terms of electrical, the typical things that when you do redesign, electrical needs to be moved here and there to accommodate the new layout. And then plumbing needs to be, again, moved around because the bathrooms are getting redesigned. That's one part of it. The other part of it, we need to get engineering we're taking a look at the east side of the building is where the public parking is, but there's not great public access to get into our building on that east side. That's the public entrance. If you've been there recently, or I don't know if everybody's been to that fire station, but for the public that tries to come in, it's not ADA compliant. There's a ramp system that comes down towards our station. It's probably a slope of 6 to 8 feet that comes towards the door. So there's a safety issue with that. So what we're looking to do is redirect the public to the front of the building and see if we can create a couple parking spaces in the front of the building on the south side so the public can come in safely that way. So that's why we need to get that particular engineering done. And if you can imagine, a lot of the public that does come to the fire station for burn permits are the elderly, and it's pretty tricky to walk down the steps if it's icy, and if they're coming down that slope, that's, again, it's not very safe. So that's why we wanted to look at that. And additionally, if we can have the public come to the front entrance of the building, that's where the firefighters are at in that front part. And that way, the public would have access to firefighters to greet them and deal with their situation, burn permits or whatever, 24/7, 7 days a week. The other door leads right to the fire administration side, which is this Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. So the public comes all the way to the door, knock on the door, and no one's there to answer beyond those hours or on the weekend. So it just makes sense to funnel the public to the front entrance of the building so that there's someone there to greet them and help them with whatever situation they have, and make it a safer entrance for them. The other part of what we're looking to do is we've got to have furniture designed, laid out for the fire station. So that's another part of this MAFE, is they have that done, and then the furniture designer also goes out to bid and provides the different levels of furniture cost and the best bidding for it. They take care of all that through AKA. And then finally, the structural engineering. If in fact we do move forward with this whole process, there's concern with the new HVAC units that will be on the roof of the building, that they're going to be heavier than what we currently have. So they want to use a structural engineer to take a look at that to make sure we have the correct weight capacity to hold that. And additionally, if we go to the front of the building with the public, it's just flat on the front of the building. They want to put some sort of canopy to protect from snow, water, and ice as they're coming into the front door. It's essentially an entranceway for that. So that's what we're looking to do to add to that design, which is $30,900 to go on top of the original $47,700 to, again, move the project forward.
Any other questions?
It's just one. Is this in line with this, just the engineering and architecture? Is that in line with whoever's working your numbers for you in your budget, that we're burning up a lot of money in drawings, but then we still want to, we're going to want to stay within is it 650 that that's allocated for this project?
Correct.
And that's coming out of the 650,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So so if we invest the 70 or 80,000 in drawings, is the word on the street that they believe that that the improvements could still be made within that budget, utilizing that much? You kind of have no choice but to get the engineering, but you want to do it in a way that we don't exceed the 650. So is there somebody I know as a builder, it's easy to over-design, and then, you've got to pay to reel it back. Is there like targets that you're trying to hit with the scope of work related to the budget, I guess, is just, the question.
So where we're at with the whole design process is everything's getting designed almost to the wish list. In other words, full design of the building, and then the next part of the phase would be and DPW, Dave and I will be coming back to the board, is they're going to get a construction manager now involved to start pricing out what the design sits as right now. And if that does not meet our budget needs, then we'll have to start reeling back from that. So that's how the process of AKA has taken us through.
And you're going to do all that prior to putting it out for bid?
They put it out to bid,
But
yes, yeah.
because I'm just, as an example, been in the business a long
Yep.
time, that when, you know, architects like to have you ask for the world and then find out you can't afford to do it, and then you go back and spend another 30 grand redrawing the plans to a more modest design. And that happens frequently, and a lot of times projects just can't move forward because the grandioso of it has exceeded it. Clarkston's City Hall had the same project. We had the same project with the senior center originally, that the project is being over-designed, and I always encourage people not to go that route in my business, because when I take a job and I put it out for bid, because with everything they want, and then I have to go back and reel it in, I don't get the same amount of credits back, if that makes sense. So if, say, the drywall guy is gonna do 5,000 feet, and then we go, we can't afford it, we're only gonna do 3,000. But for instance, he put his 20% markup on the 5,000. He's only gonna give me the credit for the 2,000 that we're doing less, and you lose a lot of money that way. And I always encourage residents to try to start modestly and then add if you're under budget, because it's really hard to capture the full intent of the money if you go over and then ask for reductions, you know? So I'm just, from my experience, want to make sure that before the drawings get too far, that somebody, like you said, getting somebody involved to have an idea that it's even close to feasible before we commit to all the engineering and drawings and mechanicals, because I think that the township will have a hard time reeling it back and getting fair market value for the deceleration of the project, is what I've found. So just throwing that out there, you know?
Yeah, no, and that's, again, that's going to be the next phase, is start costing it out and see where we really sit with it.
Okay.
And then I think the other part of this whole project is we have the 650 budgeted in our budget currently, but as I've spoke with Supervisor Fisher over the last few months, is looking at other options to fund it, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be more than $650,000.
That's what I do too.
Can't even build a house nowadays for $650,000.
I'm just
so I
trying
understand.
to make sure you get the best bang for your buck,
Yeah.
you know, by just monitoring that.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yep, absolutely.
That's good. Okay, any other comments, questions? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the proposal for supplemental professional services associated with plumbing, electrical, mechanical, civil engineering, structural engineering, and interior furnishings as submitted by Auger Klein Aller, AKA Architects, Inc. of Rochester, Michigan, in an amount not to exceed $30,900, and direct the supervisor to sign the proposals as the authorized representative of the township.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Any member of the public? Online included? No. If not, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Quote
Thank you.
for ambulance purchase.
Okay, this MAPE is, we're looking to get purchase of a new ambulance approved tonight. This ambulance was a part of, back when we approved the ARPA funds for the fire department, was to buy one ambulance and one command vehicle. So we'd like to appropriate the ARPA funds for the purchase of this particular ambulance. This is the same ambulance that we've been buying. We bought one in 2017 and one in 2021, so it's exact same specs, same manufacturer, same place of purchase. So again, this is for $234,228, and we're just simply looking to get an approval.
Any questions?
Well, it's approval also to dispose of the 2007.
Yes, the 2007 ambulance that we have now, once this one comes in, that will be traded in. That's a part of it.
Okay, it's a
Yep.
trade-in,
All right.
okay.
I guess I just, because I'm new, what
Yep.
is there, I know that we're gonna need to, in the near future, beef up our ambulance service with all these, senior centers, and, you know, and assisted livings and everything, and I think you guys are doing more runs even now on Monarch over there and stuff too.
Yep.
Is there any benefit to having the spare opposed to liquidating it, you know, or do we not have the staff that it would make a difference of having it?
So, good question. So we have 3 fire stations. Each of the fire stations has a frontline ambulance that is staffed that goes on emergency calls day in, day out. We have 2 additional, what I call backup ambulances. So we maintain 5.
Okay.
Just so that if one breaks down, there's one that goes into service. And we have found ourselves at times where 2 of the frontline ambulances are broke down, and the other 2 backups need to go in place of that. So we're maintaining 5. So as we get a new one, the next oldest one bumps into the backup role. And then the oldest one, which is always going to be medic 5, because it's medic 1, 2, 3, 4,
Right.
5. The 5th one's always the one that's going to go out the door for trade-in. So that's how we're rotating these vehicles through. So.
I think it's important to note too that we have MedStar as well as backup should
Mhm.
we need it.
And we have mutual aid too
Yeah.
with surrounding communities, so.
I'm just curious,
Well,
will the new one become Medic 1?
No, it's gonna go,
I was gonna say, you renumber them all? I don't.
sometimes we have to, depending on what station is, where it's going to, depending on the
okay.
mileage, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
okay.
It's just a sticker, so.
Any other questions, comments? Questions, members of the public, including online? If not, is there a motion?
I'll move to authorize the fire chief to dispose of the 2007 Chevy ambulance, VIN number as presented, having a cost basis greater than $5,000 in accordance with the township asset management policy.
Wait a minute.
Second.
I don't think that's the right motion, is it?
Yes.
Is it?
You just didn't say the VIN number.
Per day.
Yeah, that's right.
But did you say purchase?
No,
no,
we're
there's
disposing
two
of the
parts.
old one first.
Motion A.
Oh, sorry. All right. Is there, and we have a second?
Mhm.
Moved and seconded, simple majority vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
In Part B, I'll move to accept the quote received from Emergency Vehicles Plus located at 670 East 16th Street, Holland, Michigan, 49423, through HGAC by as permitted under Section 3 Standards for Procurement, Articles 1.6 and 3.1 of the Township Procurement Policy for the purchase of one 2022 Ford F-450 wheeled coach ambulance in the amount not to exceed $234,228, and authorize the supervisor to sign the sales agreement as the authorized representative of the township.
A second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion by the board? Any discussion by members of the public, including online? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I got one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Chief, by trading out this Chevy, how many do we have that are exactly the same now?
The Chevy's the only one that's different.
It's the only one left.
Right.
That's great.
Yeah.
I think we learned about that a couple of years back, that the idea here is to have identical units so that any firefighter going to any station stepping into that ambulance knows right where to reach for supplies and how it operates, and I think that's an important thing to note.
Yeah, the consistency is helpful. It's also helpful in terms of maintenance too, that the mechanics are working on the same trucks, the same things that are going wrong. They know what to do, so it's
you.
helpful.
Okay, so Chief, now you want to transfer some money to the retirement system
Yep.
and to make up a deficit? Is there a
Some of
deficit
it.
in there?
Some of
No, there's a big deficit.
Yeah.
It's not
So you're
making
just
it
The
up.
125 is not gonna cover
You're
it
just
all.
making a little
Yes,
dent.
it's, yeah, it's,
Making it
Okay.
up.
yeah, it is making a
Can we
little
just ask
dent.
for a motion on this?
Sure.
Move to approve the transfer of $125,000 from the fire operating budget to Municipal Employees Retirement System of Michigan, located at 1 Towel Square, Suite 800, Southfield, Michigan, 48076.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, you're excused.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you. Intergovernmental agreement with Waterford. Are you gonna do this?
I can get it going.
Yeah, get it going.
Fine, just kind of give a background for Sam's benefit, because a lot of.
Yeah.
Real quick, like.
Yep.
So as the board is aware, we had an intergovernmental agreement with Waterford Township regarding sewer, water and sewer services. By residents that border the Waterford line with us, they connect to Waterford's utilities, water and sewer specifically, and vice versa. We reciprocate. So we've had an agreement that has been in place for quite some time. I think, Jerry, you're involved in the original one that was signed on.
I wrote it.
I think you did. So just a little history on this. So if everyone remembers, the Independence Woods Trailer Park was the one that started this whole intergovernmental agreement. When they built that, which is on the west end or east end of Man Road, there was no sewer there. Waterford had sewer on the south side of Man Road. Intergovernmental agreement was drafted by Mr. Fisher to allow the trailer park to connect to Waterford sewer. Trailer park's in Independence, sewer's at Waterford's. They owned it. Intergovernmental agreement. Times have changed as we moved along. So Waterford approached us earlier this year, and they wanted to get the trailer park off of their sewer. For some reason, they thought this was a bad thing, and they were getting ripped off or something. I don't know. They weren't. We proved them wrong, you know. But it's a good business. With development that's going in right now, as everybody knows, the Insignia development is going in right now. So I approached the developer with Insignia and asked them if they would get that sewer off of Waterford sewer and bring it through their development, meaning it's all in Independence. They agreed to do that at their cost, which is awesome, which is really good. Our ordinance allows us to give some credits towards the developer for capital connection fees if they do something that benefits the whole community and not just themselves. In this case, it benefited 244 people that live in the trailer park right there. So a new governmental agreement was needed to be drawn up because we wanted to keep the relationship going with Waterford. So with Dan's office and Jerry's help too, we drafted an agreement, and basically what it was is that I wanted to make sure that if Independence residents connected to Waterford's utilities, this is residential only, I want to make that's a very clear distinction, that Independence residents will pay the same rate Waterford Township residents pay for their services, and we would reciprocate, same way. Waterford residents connect to our utilities, we will charge them the same rate as we charge our residents. I think it's a good mutual agreement, everybody's happy, so we had to draft up a new agreement with that. Am I missing anything on this? I think the agreement outlines the properties involved, plus any additional ones that we want to add in the future.
The only thing I'd add that you might want to touch on with the board is the payment to be made, the one-time 6-year payment.
This is true. Part of the, thank you, it's important. Part of the original agreement had I guess it's a clause or something that was in there that stated that Independence Township was to pay Waterford $6 for every trailer that was in that park every year. And that was to go towards maintenance, cleaning their sewer. Well, we've never paid it. So we do owe them a couple dollars there. And what I mean by a couple, it's a lot. It's $71,000.
I think it's $14,304 according to this.
I like her number better.
I like her better too, but
Hold on,
we got to go back 6 years.
Okay, so is that per year?
It's 244 times 6 times 7, or 6 years. 244, $6 a piece. We want to make sure. I calculated it, I think it was like $70,000.
Well, we're not approving that tonight.
No, it's part of the intergovernmental agreement.
It's in the agreement, I see.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I can come back to the board for that, you know.
No.
But
It
just
is
to
what
give you
it
some
is.
history, you know, they're saying, oh, we're going to go back 20 years. I'm like, no, you're not.
This
I said
says
6 years.
$14,304 in full payment.
That's what it says in the May.
That's what it says in the agreement.
Should check the agreement.
The agreement says $14,000.
Have they signed the agreement?
No,
No.
so
Send
Waterford
it over right
also
away.
has to approve this, and it won't go into effect until Waterford approves it, so if you want me to look into that number, we still have time.
Absolutely.
If they approve 14,000, I'm all into it.
Yeah.
100%.
Who
I guarantee you.
actually found out that it wasn't paid?
Me.
Oh.
I tore this place apart.
So have you
We have no
negotiated
receipts.
this figure? Have they heard this figure
What's that?
with Waterford?
What
It's
fig, which
14,
one?
or whatever you thought was more.
I thought it was 71.
Have they heard any amount?
Originally, they wanted 750,000, and
Oh.
me and Dan did a Zoom meeting and made them look quite foolish. They had a whole army of people on there, and it was me and Dan, and we're like, no, here's the agreement, we paid. Oh. It didn't go well for them on their end, just so you know, I know everybody there quite well. I knew it didn't go well for them. But in all seriousness, we want to make sure, I know it was $6 per unit, and I said, we can only go back 6 years, because that's what we did. Statutory, we were only obligated to go back 6 years. If my math's wrong, then
Yes, I
Is
come
it
up with
14,000?
10,248. I come up less than the 14.
245 times 6.
So, hey, give them a deal.
Maybe that's the number they were thinking. We've been working on this a while.
So
Maybe that's the number they were
interest, so
going
maybe
back
that's
on.
interest.
14 sounds right, huh?
No,
Yeah.
I think 14's right.
And Waterford's attorney's seen this agreement and signed off on it, and everyone agreed
better.
that this was the version.
Never mind what I
to the
said
board.
then. I'm
Will we
wrong.
continue to pay?
Who's their attorney?
What's that?
We're going to continue to
Joel,
pay?
yeah,
No.
sure,
The
yeah.
$6? We're just going to
Well,
pay it in full?
in the agreement, the new agreement, until we take them off, until we get all those trailers off on our sewer, we're going to pay them a flat rate for the year in the agreement.
Yeah, it's a flat rate, and then if for, hold on, there is one caveat.
There was they wanted 5 years for us to get the
Yeah.
park off the
Yeah.
sewer.
The payments
That's
will
what it
increase
is.
by
It's gonna happen
$1,000
within the year.
Independence Woods?
for every year.
Yes. So the agreement has 5 years to get the sewer off of their sewer, or get the trailer park off their sewer. That's gonna happen in less than a year.
Right, that's happening with the new development, right?
So a quick question, they're on our water though, right?
The trailer, yes,
They're already on our water, but
Correct.
we don't charge individual trailers, we just charge the park, right?
flat rate, yep.
Do we charge individually for the sewer?
No.
All right, so-
REUs. No, they get one bill. I
Right,
took
right, so
I
we're
took
not
them all
charging
off
each
that.
mobile home, we charge the owner of the park for all of them. So it's one big
Correct.
bill.
One
So
giant
the
bill.
thing in here about unpaid bills being a lien on the property, and we're gonna give them the 10% fee, I mean, they don't pay that late anymore, right?
They haven't paid it late.
Right, we used to have a problem with people paying late until we switched it over, and then.
Yeah, we
the
got
Park's not
rid
gonna
of-
pay that, because 10% is a lot of money on their bill.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't, we used to individually bill each, there was an agreement that my predecessors got with, we got out of that business. We're not managing their park for them. No way.
Sounds good.
Well,
Yep. So I stand corrected on the dollar amount. You are correct on there. I just did the
Okay.
math. I was looking back at more than 6 years would be $71,000. So that's, I apologize for that.
No worries.
So the agreement is correct.
Jose.
So we will have to pay them.
Yeah, just to follow up, first of all, I agree with Terry, I like 14,000 better than 70,000.
Absolutely.
And I see the agreement obviously
Yeah.
is win-win for both communities. I think it's a very good thing, and thank you for your hard work. Thanks.
Try to. The more I think about it, I think the 71 is if we went back to the 98
Yeah, no.
agreement.
Yeah.
I
Sounds
think it was the
good.
98 agreement, it was that much, and I'm like, no, we only went back 6 years.
We don't need a motion?
I said we don't have one yet.
Oh, move to approve the proposed intergovernmental agreement between the Charter Township of Waterford and the Charter Township of Independence to provide sewer and water services, and authorize the township supervisor to execute the same to be effective upon approval by the Township Board of the Charter Township of Waterford.
Support.
Moved and supported, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now you want a budget amendment,
Thank you.
number 27.
This is a good one. Rick writes those.
Yeah. It's just moving money around?
Waiting for you.
Yeah, well, what we're doing is we're purchasing a portable generator.
Well, this is the generator.
This is the generator, and a budget amendment is required for this. So, the existing portable generator that the DPW has right now, it's a large towable unit, is as old as me. Literally, it's 1964. It's old. So, and it runs like, I don't want to say it runs like a champ, it runs, but its time has come. It's very old. So we need to upgrade it and get rid of it, and we're gonna get a little bit bigger one. And the reasoning, there's a couple reasons why we're doing that. So the unit that's sized in your packet tonight, that will run anything, that will keep the DPW assets in business if need be. It'll also run this building. It'll also run the senior center. And I sized it to run buildings as well. I know we have portable generators or standby generators here, but they can fail as well. This generator that we have right here in the packet will run these buildings as well. If there's a natural disaster and we need it somewhere else, we'll have that available. The generator that we have now runs Taste Fest. Everything, all the vendors are running off this old thing that we have in the garage. This is a much better unit. So we priced this out. The good thing about this is we applied for a RAP grant through MMRMA. I'm gonna give the clerk some credit on that one. She's like, hey, why don't you apply for a RAP grant on this again? So we did. And lo and behold, we received $35,000 RAP grant to go towards the purchase of this generator.
Beautiful.
Now, these generators are expensive. As you can see in your board packet right there, it's $105K. We budgeted $90 because we were going to buy it outright through DPW. So the net cost is $70. So we are saving just under $20K through the RAP grant, which is great. Now, the unit that we selected is based on state of Michigan competitively bid pricing. That's also in your packet. I've highlighted the options that we got and the generator cost itself. That's all state of Michigan contracted pricing that they bid out, and they get them pricing held for 3 years, and that's the unit we want. It was right in there. So we're looking to get board approval tonight for the purchase of this generator through state of Michigan competitively bid contracted pricing.
How often will you use it?
As little as possible. That's the best scenario.
Right.
But the good thing is that we do have it. We definitely use it a couple times a year for sure. We use it for, like I said, the Taste Fest, for Clarkson. And if we have any other events that we can use it, it's available, and that's a good thing. I think Parks and Recs might have used it before for something they have.
But it's really for emergencies.
It's really for emergencies. I mean, that's the whole purpose of it, is to have, and that's why we got the RAP grant. It's for, to reduce our township's liability in the case of a natural disaster, or to, reduce our liability. If we have a sewer pump station that goes down and you need power right now, it's better to have a generator instead of having sewage flow in somebody's basement.
Is the current one worth anything?
It is. There'll be some money in there. It's, like I said, it's an old horse, and this thing is the most climate.
So is that going on eBay?
Yes,
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah, we'll definitely get
I
rid of
sold
it.
a 1960 Olin, we got $4,000 for it. Some
So
farmer
do we need
bought
to
it.
have a motion to?
I think that's in here.
I believe it should be.
Yeah, it's in.
All right.
That's part of that.
Are all of the facilities, like Gentran equipped for this right now, the buildings?
Well, there will be some upgrades that need to be done to the buildings. I've talked to Dave Moran about it too. So what we want to do is have, I've always been a proponent of having a generator connection on the outside of the building.
Right.
Whether you got a stationary generator or not. And then you just have a three-way transfer switch, you pop it over, and that generator blows up, throw the switch, you plug in, and you're back in business.
Who would be coordinating that, and who would be paying for it to make sure? I mean, I'm all for it. You gotta have backup
Yeah.
power, but it doesn't work if the buildings aren't readily available to be plugged into. So is that part of, is somebody
each
gonna be
department.
coming in front of us with the money, requesting the money to do that, or who? I
It'll
don't
be
know.
a budget item. It's not to be that much to do.
Right.
In the overall scheme of things. The building department, or Dave would probably do the town hall, I'll do DPW. Derek can do Parks and Rec, or, we can do it as a collective amongst us, all the departments, because it benefits the whole
Right.
township.
When would you take delivery?
It's 30 weeks out, May.
30
weeks?
May.
So would that be the goal, is to have all the buildings prepared prior to its arrival?
We could do that.
I mean, that seems
We gotta make
logical.
sure that we get the right sized, connectors and all that, so. But we can, yeah, that's a definitely doable thing, for sure. We can have this transfer switch, and then when the generator comes in, then we go around and make sure rotation's correct, because all the buildings are three-phase, so we
Right.
wanna make sure rotation's correct. We wanna make sure that we're making things spin the correct way. And I like to set it up that way, so everything's ready to go here.
Yeah.
Everything's ready to go at DPW.
Since you have such a long lead time, it seems like that'd be a good
Yeah.
plan to get on.
Yeah, we can definitely do that, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot, that's what they say. Could come in earlier. You can get material nowadays, you just gotta get in line.
Okay, so is there a motion?
Make a motion to accept the quote from Clark Equipment Company of Buford, Georgia for the 2022 Doosan model VIN number, is that a VIN? As presented, generator with cast for an amount not to exceed $105,147.82. Authorize the supervisor to sign the purchase agreement on behalf of the township. Authorize the treasurer to dispose of the 1964, wow, Lima 100 kW generator per the township asset disposal policy, and approve 2022 budget amendment number 27 as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So George Anderson bought that old one.
He must have, you know, I think it's an old, honestly, I think it's an old, military surplus generator.
Wow.
We had a few of those in Waterford. They were Korean
That's a
War
long time.
era.
Right.
They ran like a champ, but
Built right back in the day.
yeah.
You do all of that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, Rick, you're gonna move money around?
Yes, actually. Eliminate some money. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
This is for budget amendment number 28, and it's removing ARPA and CWSRF, which is the Clean Water State Revolving Fund debt proceeds from revenue, and ARPA capital projects from the fiscal 22 sewer and water budgets. Basically, again, this is doing some cleanup here prior to the presentation of water and sewer. There are things contained within the fiscal 22 budget that are not going to happen, and they're very large dollars. So they really should be removed so that it does not distort the ending fund balances. So that's the whole point of doing this. So basically, what we have here is in the sewer fund, we actually budgeted in the revenue section $1 million. And that has to do with the SRF loan proceeds that we were kind of expecting to have happen this year. But due to delays and supply chain issues, this project isn't going to happen until pretty much next year. So the $1 million, we will not see that coming into the revenues this year. So I want to eliminate that. Now the $4 million for the whole loan, that will come in next year in 2023. So we budgeted the whole $4 million of loan proceeds in 23. On the water side, we have ARPA funds that we're dealing with. There were two things that were budgeted in the water fund. We had the Pine Knob water main extension for $1,650,000. And then we also had the Clintonwood Park water main extension for $450,000. The Pine Knob project is pretty much going to finish up this year with a little bit of landscaping and cleanup for next year, but the bulk of it will be done this year. The Clintonwood Park one will not be done at all this year. So I want to remove that one from the budget period and just get rid of it. And it's been fully rebudgeted again in 2023. So we got it covered there. And those are the two things that I would like to have done prior to this presentation.
Any questions? Comments? Is there a motion?
I have a quick question. I just want to clarify. I thought you said there would be, the 650,000 wasn't going to be allocated, but we've got 450 and a 450. Should one of those be 650 in your table?
Last page of the MAFE.
Weather fund. Those are 450, those are correct.
I
Getting
thought
rid of the
this-
$1 million in the revenue for sewer. And then on the water side, you had 450 in revenues and 450 in expenditures. I'm going to get rid of both of them. The $1,650,000 that was for the Pine Knob is staying in 22 because we're going to spend most of that money this
Okay.
year.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Comments? Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the 2022 budget amendment number 28 as presented.
Support.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Very good, thank you.
Can we take a 5-minute
Yeah,
break?
5 minutes. Let's see.
Yes,
10 minutes too will commence, Rick. And then
Sounds
you'll
good
be
to me.
done at, right, 10 o'clock? Be done 10 o'clock?
Sure, why
10 minutes?
No, we're not going to be done by 10 o'clock.
I thought you did your speed talk.
We have to make another motion before 10 o'clock to
Oh.
proceed after 10 o'clock, per our.
Is there a motion?
I'll support that.
Sure.
Okay,
10:02?
so, and this is just to continue past 10? Or we
Yeah.
don't have to put a
Correct.
particular time limit?
Correct, just to
Well,
continue
we
the,
should
the
kind
meeting
of,
past 10
well,
o'clock.
well, Rick will just go forever then.
No, I will not. I want to get out of here just like everybody else does.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Yep.
let's move forward. So tonight we have the sewer and water budgets along with the Sashabaw drain maintenance fund as well. So as we did last time with the general fund, because it was such a large packet, I gave you a condensed version. The full packet is about 93 pages, which was available through your packet. There was a link to it, so if you wanted to see all the notes and everything that go with this budget, you can find them. But we're going to be focusing primarily on the 22-page version, which has everything in it except for the notes. So, starting with the CIP schedules for both sewer and water. Starting with sewer. In summary, the CIP plan calls for future spending of about $11.7 million, of which almost $7 million is planned for 2023. And then some of the highlights for the 3 budgeted years are as follows. So we have the new DPW sign for about $10,000. That's being split with water, so it's actually a $20,000 project. Interior renovations, really about $1.3 million split with water, so $650 apiece. Replace the oil separator, it's a $30,000 project split with water, so it's $15,000 apiece. Replace the DPW generator and ATS, $100,000 project split with water, $50,000 each. We're replacing the sewer camera, which detects cracks in the pipes, that's $75,000. Portable bypass pump, $40,000. And you've already heard this one, replace a 64 portable generator, $45,000. We're starting that project this year, but it will be pulled into next year, just due to the timing and everything, when you order it and all that stuff will happen. We have lift station improvements, pump replacements, $30,000. We're looking at doing the Parview lift station construction side of the rehab, and that's $1.7 million. We have the ejector station rehab to submersible stations. This is an ongoing project started this year. That's the $4 million DW, actually CW, I didn't change it there. It's CW SRF loan in the amount of $4 million. We've got the M15 lift station rehab for pumps, odor control, and instrumentation for $350,000. Sewer I&I project, $250,000. And then we have definitely some site improvements and additional security fencing around various lift stations at $14,000. In 2024, yes, ma'am.
I think on that interior renovations, it's typed wrong.
What, the word?
650,000, then you have 1.3 K.
Oh, no, that's right.
1,300,000.
Yeah, 650 is half water, half sewer.
Okay, I was
Yeah, it's
looking for an
split.
M for, no, he said million, so I was looking, okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yep. Numbers, people.
Yeah.
We got 2 more comments, go ahead.
Yeah.
It's essentially 1,300K.
So basically, my question is, and we talked about this before, there's no criticism, nothing like that. It's always as kudos for you guys, and you do a great job. So for the signage, we have to wait until we identify or we get a new logo for the township, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I know that Derek also is waiting for Sashaba Plains for get a signage, but we're waiting to see a new logo.
Exactly what I was gonna say.
So we're gonna have, we need to see, get a marketing company or something to put together a new logo for the township, because we currently don't have a logo for the township, before we do all the signage for the parks and everything, yeah.
Absolutely, and
Who's doing
that's
that?
great point right there.
We don't have it.
Just, we budgeted for 23, if it doesn't happen in 23, we don't do it,
Yeah.
we don't spend money.
Even Sam, when I went to the county, they give me a big book with all the logos for the township. Independence has the very, very old with the bell, but you cannot even see it. Like Orion has a very nice, everyone have, but we don't have even a logo. That was the reason we don't have signage in Sashaba Plains and some departments right now.
Did we hire a company to do it?
We will, that's why we're talking about that.
Yeah, we
Before we
haven't
do
done it
the
yet.
signage, we wanna make sure we have
It's
the
been talked
logo.
around
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
for quite a while now, but
Because the
Yeah.
IT guy mentioned he was waiting for that too, or
Mhm.
something.
Yep.
Right, yeah, but I want to point out that,
We don't have one approved logo, we have like a half a dozen logos.
Right,
Looking
exactly.
into branding.
all right,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Branding, not just a
Branding.
logo.
We've been
Yeah,
on the
brand,
agenda
yeah,
for
right.
things for us to do.
Right.
yeah. Or kind of ID or something.
Keep moving?
That was my question. yeah.
Okay, all right. So in 2024, we're looking at spending $604,000. We have some exterior lighting upgrades, again, $20,000 project split with water, so $10,000 each. Sewer pump replacement, $30,000. Looking at rehabbing Fleming's Lake Lift Station for $250,000. Lift station generators and ATS replacements, $50,000. Again, sewer I&I control, $250,000. And then more site improvements and additional security fencing around the lift stations, $14,000. And in 2025, we're looking at $558,500. That consists of some interior painting in the old garage area. Again, $30,000 project, split with water, $15,000 each. Sewer pump replacement, $30,000. We're looking at seal coating and striping the DPW driveway. It's a $15,000 project, split with water, so $7,500 each. We're looking at replacing the 1989 sewer jet truck for $100,000. Looking at rehabbing Townsend Lake Lift Station for $250,000. And we have sewer I&I control again for $150,000, and then site improvements, about $6,000. Moving on to water. In summary, the water plan calls for about $18.3 million worth of spending, of which $7,151,051 is planned for 2023. So what do we have out here for $7,151,000? We have water meter endpoint changeout program for $350,000. We're eliminating dead-end water mains for $150,000. VFD replacements, $40,000. Here's some of these are going to be duplicates with the sewer. You have your building interior renovations, to replace the oil separator, replace the DPW generator, replace the 64 towable generator, the sign, and then we move on to Deerwood number 2, well house pump and well maintenance for $60,000. Backwash pump replacements, this is new for $30,000. And that will be put in every odd year for several years until they're all replaced. Media replacement pilot study for Bay Court, Walden Creek, and Pelton Heights, $100,000. We have a water main extension at Clintonwood Park, there's your $450,000. Parview, Walden water main extension, this is the big one here, $5,185,000. This is a DW SRF loan in the amount of the $5,185,000, and as of right now, it's a loan that's 100% forgiven. There are site improvements and additional.
Can you just tell me what those initials stand for?
DWSRF is
Yeah.
Drinking Water State Revolving Fund.
Right.
Okay.
As
As a
opposed to
program.
the CW, which is the clean water.
Yeah, the drinking water, that's a state revolving fund loan program that the state has for giant projects. You do a low-interest loan for them. The state backs you. You sell the bonds and then they back
Okay,
you.
I just
Nope.
didn't know what it
Sometimes you
was.
get the money for free.
And sometimes, in this case, we got 5 million.
Right, you were saying the other day.
That's all right.
Sweet it is.
Nothing wrong
That's a
with
good
that.
one.
Let's see, 2024, $766,000. Again, water meter endpoint changeout program, $350,000, dead end water mains, $150,000, VFD replacements, $40,000. We have exterior lighting upgrades, a $20,000 project, split with sewer, $10,000 each. And we've got an elevated storage tank number 3, wet interior blast and paint for $200,000. And then again, some site improvements for $16,000. In 2025, we have $2.758 million that we're looking to spend. Again, we have the water meter endpoint changeout, $350,000. These are common things every year. Eliminate dead-end water mains for $150,000. VFD replacements, $40,000. And then now we've got the seal coating and striping of the DPW driveway, $15,000 project, split with sewer, $7,500 each. The interior painting of the old garage area, $30,000, split with sewer, $15,000 each. And here's your backwash pump replacements again in an odd year. We have filter media replacement in Deerwood, $40,000. We have a DPW 500,000 gallon standpipe exterior overcoat, $60,000. Elevated storage tank number 1 exterior paint, $550,000. And then Chestnut Hills water treatment, $1.5 million. And
Is
some
that-
additional site improvements. for
Is that
16.
elevated tank the one with the bell on it?
We have two of those. There's one at White Lake
One
and
over by
Dixie.
White Lake, right. Which
And
one
then-
are you talking about repainting?
This is number
The
one.
exterior on 25 is tank one, which is the White Lake and Dixie.
Okay,
Yep.
that's the other one.
Yeah,
Dave,
yes.
how often do you do the cleaning?
Cleaning of,
Yeah.
exterior cleaning?
Yes.
I try to get, I'm looking at probably a 2-3 year cycle.
Okay.
If they look really nasty, then, I'll expedite and get those done. Now, again, with the projects here, the exterior blasting, painting and all that, we get them inspected every year and they measure the thickness of the paint. We don't have to do it, we don't do it, but this is based on our tank contractor, our engineering firm, for the asset management plan, that it's gonna be due to paint the exterior. Be honest with you, I'm probably gonna do the tank one painting, because the last time they did check that, which was last year, they said it's getting thin in some spots, the exterior coating is, we wanna make sure that we don't let that expensive asset go away, get bad, rusty.
Okay, so that's it as far as the first 3 years. If you want to look at it a little bit further, there are schedules attached here for both sewer and water that take it out a full 10 years. So you can kind of see what the rest of the projects are. But if there are no other questions with this, we can actually move on to the actual DPW sewer budget itself. No questions? All right. Okay, so we have got here the DPW sewer. Narrative again is broken down into 4 categories. We have revenues, labor and benefits, operating costs / debt, and capital costs. And we're explaining significant variances between the 23 requested budget and the 22 amended budget. We're looking at significant variances, $5,000 or greater, or if there's anything new that pops up, regardless of whether it's 5,000 or not. So in summary, revenues are projected to increase $3,860,189, or 65%. Labor costs projected to increase $18,997, or 2.1%. Operating costs projected to increase $227,315, or 4.3%. And debt is projected to increase $59,847, or 51%. For an overall increase to fund balance of $3,153,109, which is $3,554,030, or 886.5% more than 2022. Capital costs, which are shown separately, are projected to increase $4,183,884, or 150.9%. Some of the assumptions we used in putting this budget together: wage increases, 3.25% for 23 and 24, and 2% in 25. Hospitalization, which is based on the new cap levels, it's only up 1.3% in 23, but that number makes me nervous, so I use 4% in 24 and 25. 10% annual increase has been projected for dental and vision. We also threw 5% increase in there for life insurance, short and long-term disability. Charges from Great Lakes Water Authority are projected to increase 5% in 23, 24, and 25. And we secured a CW, yeah, that's the right one.
SRF.
Got me looking every time
I know.
now. A
Clean
CW
water.
SRF loan, $4 million from the state for the conversion of the ejector stations to submersible stations. So going into increases and decreases, on the revenue side, we have significant increases. Proceeds from debt is projected to increase to $4 million, or 100%. And again, that's due to the 2023 draws on the CW SRF loan. And there's one other revenue item that's less than $5,000 that's increasing the revenue budget by $900. Decreases to revenues, we have sewage treatment service projected to decrease $24,000, or 0.5%. That's due to an REU adjustment during the year. Capital charge projected to decrease $94,500, or 24%, due to 35 fewer hookups planned in 23 compared to 22. Usage Clarkston projected to decrease $3,047, or 1.6%. Again, that's due to the same REU adjustment during the year.
What is the, I know an REU is a equivalency unit, but
Yeah.
how does it adjust?
So when there's a change of use, for instance, if you have somebody at a hair salon, they might be 10 REUs.
Right.
They leave and somebody's selling tennis shoes. So it's a change of their one REU. You just lost 9 REUs.
Right, but isn't the REU only a one-time fee that you pay for catastrophic future sewer
our-
failures? Or how many, who pays more than one REU, who pays more for the REUs more than one time?
Well, REUs are used for 2 calculations here in Independence when it comes to sewage billing. They're used to set capital connection fees, and they're also set to set quarterly billing.
Rates.
So, rates for
Okay.
rates. Yeah.
So you only pay for the REUs when you, the one time up front when you like start the business, and then they use that basis for billing later?
Yes, that is correct. So, for instance, I'll give you a quick example. You build a little store that sells ice cream, and it's 2 REUs. So it's $2,700 per REU for capital connection fee, one-time fee.
Yeah.
So you're in there, so there you go, $5,400.
You don't get anything for that, it just goes into the capital improvement fund, right?
To maintain and
Okay,
improve the
yep.
system. Moving forward from there, your sewer bill every quarter is based on 2 REUs at $108.32 per REU.
$216 a month.
Okay, all right.
Yep, that's how we currently do it.
Okay, thank you.
And those adjustments
There's
take
better
place
ways
every
of
now
doing
and
that.
then. Yeah, there are.
And we're gonna bring that to the board sometime, hopefully in '23.
And that's a one-time fee, right, for per building?
Capital connection charges
Right.
are.
Right,
Yeah, the other is a quarterly
Yeah, that's
charge.
one time.
okay.
The other is the, I don't know, Sam, if you're missing it or not, but the other, like, basically homes are all 1 REU.
Right.
But businesses, they could be getting charged 2 REUs. So that includes so much base water amount, so many gallons of base water, right? And then you
Well-
get so much after that, or?
You're getting into
Or-
where you want
or is
to.
it-
That does not.
That's
why
the
we
flow
wanna-
base, that's the flow base, okay.
We want to switch to
We don't have a
flow-based billing,
flow-based, yeah.
but that's a whole
The
nother.
reason I'm asking just quickly is the revitalization of Dixie Highway. We were trying to find a way to take buildings that already paid their REUs for, say, a restaurant, and the fact that that's already, like, so the big boys paid their REUs when they opened.
Yeah.
If someone opens a restaurant in there now, they shouldn't have to pay the REUs again.
Depends on what the use is, what the
If
calculation
it was
is.
the same use.
Since I've been here, I don't double dip.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna give you
So-
an example
Well, and,
that might tell you how we currently do it. So Hilltop, remember,
Yeah.
it used to be the racquetball club.
yeah,
Racquetball club paid like 5 REUs when they built that place, because they were connected to sewer. Hilltop, I calculated, I can't remember exactly, 10.
right,
I only charged them 5.
right.
Because
Well,
the township already received 5.
Back in the day, we
partial
were
credit for those REUs.
losing potential restaurant customers because our water tap fee was so high that it was, for a restaurant seemed to have been a lot, maybe, for a big
Yeah.
restaurant. I don't know what it is.
We're not,
So like, what
we're
do you-
not expensive.
What, if you were gonna open up like a bar or
Yeah.
a restaurant, how many REUs is that, would you say?
Well, it depends on,
Okay, just for instance, 10 to
let's
20?
say 10.
Sagano's paid what, 90,000?
Yeah, Sagano's was, because the number of seats.
But it was had never paid REUs for that service in that facility before.
Right.
Right.
They paid
The only
one
reason I
time,
brought
they
it
paid
up
one
real
time.
quick is because we were looking at ways of figuring out a way to do something with that to make it more attractive for new businesses to come
Yeah.
to amortize that or do something, or
Well-
direct them into buildings that already paid it so they'd have more startup costs.
Right.
I don't want to drag the meeting on, I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure we were talking about the same thing.
We are.
Yeah, we can talk about different ways.
Okay.
I mean, I do want to change the billing methodology that we currently use.
Okay.
But for now,
Okay, moving on. Interest and rents projected to decrease 15,178 or 32.4% due to less funds to invest and reduced interest rates due to the current economic conditions, even though they are now starting to go back up. And then there are 2 other revenue items, both less than 5,000, that are reducing the revenue budget by 3530. On the labor and benefits side, significant increases versus decreases. So on the increase side, wages, full-time employees, projected to increase 23,278 or 4% due to the following. We have annual pay step increases account for 16,593, and then there's a smaller increase to the vacation payout and a 435 and a decrease to the year-end accrual of 157. There was a salary bump for the DPW director and budget and operations analyst that accounted for about $6,400. And there are 4 other labor items, all less than 5,000, that are increasing the budget by about $5,800. Labor and benefit decreases, health insurance premiums projected to decrease about 81.72 or 6.8%, and that's just due to a change in personnel. We've had some influx of new bodies and old people going out, and a lot of it is families versus singles. Then there are 3 other labor items, all less than $5,000, that are reduced in the budget by $1,900. Moving on to operating costs and debt. Significant increases. Sewage treatment services projected to increase $191,706 or 5.9% due to a slightly larger increase in GLWA in 22 than what was actually used in calculating 2023, 5%. Telecommunications maintenance is projected to increase $3,000 or 8.8% due to reappropriating $3,000 from 2022. This increase is basically just reestablishing the normal budget. Depreciation is projected to increase $106,739 or 9.1%, and that's based on projects scheduled in 2023. And you can see the CIP schedule for more details. Interest on the long-term debt projected to increase $59,847 or 51% due to the addition of interest on the new CW SRF loan. And there are 9 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are increasing the budget by about $94.50. Significant decreases. Contractual services projected to decrease $50,000 or 37.4%. That's primarily due to a sewer model budgeted in 2022 for $50,000 that will not recur in 23. Legal fees projected to decrease $10,000 or 50% due to basically over budgeting, which is based on actuals in the past couple of years. Equipment repairs and maintenance pumps projected to decrease $20,000 or 40% due to pump efficiency testing added to even years beginning in the year 2022. Another 20 is budgeted in 2024. And there are 6 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are reduced in the budget by $35.80. Capital costs. Significant increases here. Got building improvements, DPW building projected to increase $345,000 or 90.8%. That's just due to budgeting more in 2023. Obviously, the DPW interior renovations at $650,000, the oil separator at $15,000, had a whole myriad of things here compared to what was budgeted in 22, which at that point we had DPW interior renovations for $300,000. We had the oil separator budgeted then, the new DPW sign. So we had a lot of duplicate stuff here that got rebudgeted into 2023. Let's see here. Yep, and then the large decrease or increase in DPW interior renovations is based on the latest estimates. Distribution system improvements projected to decrease $3,896,600 or 207.2%. Again, due to budgeting more in 2023.
No.
No, it should be less.
Budgeting less.
Yeah, I don't know why that got stuck in there. That's okay. Hey, not perfect.
Your decreases and your increases.
I know. That's what I thought. It's like, what happened there?
I'm with you.
Okay, all right. 2,000,007.
Yep.
Okay. And again, it's just a difference in the projects that we have scheduled out there. Probably the big one was the ejector station conversion, the construction side of that at the $3.7 million. Parview lift station, again, the construction side, $1.7 million. So we have some large projects out there for 23 compared to the 22. And then there's one other capital item, less than $5,000, that's increasing the capital budget by $1,550. Significant decreases. Equipment projected to decrease $50,000 or 20.8% due to moving the replacement of the 89 sewer jet truck, $85,000 from 22 to 25, and increasing the cost of the sewer camera by $35,000, which was rebudgeted in 2023. Equipment network upgrade projected to decrease $7,247 or 100% due to the project being completed and will not recur in 23. And there's one other capital account less than $5,000 that's decreasing the capital budget by $2,019. So focusing on fund balance. Overall fund balance is increasing from $29,925,325, and that's split between restricted and unrestricted. $19,581 for restricted, $10,344 for unrestricted. And for, again, we'll go back through this. The restricted part of the fund balance is basically all of your equipment, pipes in the ground, all net of depreciation, and any loans that you may have on all of that stuff. That's what your restricted piece is. Your unrestricted is primarily cash, but there are some receivables and payables and some other current type assets and liabilities that mingle with that cash as well, but the bulk of it is cash. So that's increasing to $30,864,401. So we have a little bit of an increase to the restricted because we're going from the 19,581 to 20,515. And on the cash side, a slight increase there, going from 10,344 to 10,349. And that's during the 3-year period. So that's it's not 1 year, that covers that whole 3-year period. Let's see here, and I just explained all of that, so that's good. Just increasing primarily due to the proceeds from the CWSRF loan, offset by the large capital projects which are reflected in the sewer CIP. And then there's the only thing that's left is items that could impact the budget during 2023 that are not budgeted include major equipment breakdowns, major building repairs, major system repairs, or a major backup problem. Again, the budget is attached. There's 3 years here to look at. We report on just the 1 year, 2023, but 24 and 25 are out there for your perusal. And if there are any questions, we will take them now.
The only question I have is, do you really think that the jet truck will make it another 3 years, being an 89?
One good thing about, of all the equipment that we have, or pieces of equipment, that one was kept inside. And, you know, it's been rehabbed once. I know my predecessor spent some money to get it rehabbed, I think, early 2000s.
Yep.
I'm thinking, so, you know, it's getting long in the legs there, but we'll make it happen. It's a good unit. We might have to put a couple bucks into it, keep her going, but it's still
Doesn't seem like a very expensive truck.
Well, we're gonna get something newer. Or
Because you had
something
like
different.
$100,000 in there for the new one, right? Which doesn't, seems like that would cover the cab and the chassis, but not the unit, you know?
Right. Well, this is the, if you're familiar with our vehicles, this is the yellow one. It's the smaller. We use it in the village.
Oh,
So that's
okay.
really because it's smaller.
It's not the big,
And the new ones we're looking at now, I'm looking at it's kind of like a package deal. I can put it in the back of any pickup truck.
Oh, wow.
You know, it's got hoses and stuff on there. I mean, technology's gone way beyond where you need a giant truck to
That's
just
why
do
it's so
that.
less
But
expensive.
they're $100,000. you
Right,
know.
but
But
one of
it's-
those big trucks gotta be 250
Oh,
or something.
the
I
big
would
one?
think. Yeah.
Oh, those are
like
550 right
500, yeah,
now,
okay.
600, the big Vector trucks.
That's why it seems.
I'm gonna
low.
drive that thing till it dies.
Yeah, that's why it seemed like a low number, $100,000, you know?
Yeah, the big one is, those are super expensive, and quite frankly, we're better off putting $200,000 into getting it rehabbed on the big truck.
Right.
Than spending $550, $600 for a new one.
Okay. All right, moving on to the water budget. Okay, see if we can get this done by 10:30.
Yeah.
All right, so, water fund. In summary, revenue is projected to increase $3,667,810, or 60.7%. Labor costs projected to decrease $30,603, or 3.3%. Operating costs projected to increase $494,835, or 19%. And debt is projected to decrease $28,075, or 29.7%, for an overall increase to fund balance of $5,629,162, which is $3,231,653, or 135% more than 2022. Capital costs, which are now shown separately, are projected to increase $4,306,919, or 151.4%. Assumptions for this budget, some of them are the same here as far as the wages, hospitalization, life insurance. And then starting with use ARPA funds to finance one large capital project, which is the Clintonwood Park water main extension. And we applied for and received the DWSRF loan, that's the $5,185,000 and 22 from the state for addressing the PFAS issue within the township. These funds will be used to extend water mains along Parview and the Chestnut Hills pump station. We applied for and received a matching state grant, $100,000 grant, $200,000 total spend in 2022 for investigating the source of PFAS by inspecting and testing private residential wells. And then we did build into the budget for 23 and 24 a 25% per unit rate increase. So it'll take it from $2 to $2.25 in 23, and then $2.25 to $2.50 in 24.
Oh,
And that's basically to help increase our cash reserves.
when was the last increase?
Jeez, it was like
2004.
it was like a penny or two.
Yeah,
2004?
Yeah, it's been a
a
while.
long time ago. It was board approved, but never enacted.
Too bad we didn't do it. in
Quite
little
frankly, we've been
increments.
subsidizing rates with reserves for quite some time.
I know.
So this was approved already?
Well,
Mm. This one's not, because it's just budgeted.
Yeah, we're just budgeting. I mean, there
We're
was actually
budgeting.
50 cents in this year's budget that
in
was
this
never
budget,
enacted.
it was never enacted this year.
So we're sticking it back out there, putting 25 cents in each
But
year.
let's put it in perspective, 25 cents, you know, what's 40? It's $2, okay? It comes out to like, an average bill, it's gonna be like, what do you say, $2 a month more per resident, $2. I mean, it's,
Somebody will complain.
well, you know, but the value you get, $2.25, I'll give you 749 gallons of water.
Clean drinking water.
Clean drinking water, processed, pumped, everything. Go to the party store and you spend $2 for a little bottle.
Yeah, the other thing too that I think we need to take into consideration too, which is a little more justification for this as well, is we're getting squeezed everywhere between wages and all the prices for everything that you purchase are going up.
Chemicals going up.
And we're not doing anything to the rates, so we're basically just absorbing it and trying to live on it, and it's just making
Your
things worse.
analysis in writing someplace for this increase?
Well, actually, he was working on that
Been working
before
on
he
it
came
all
down
day. I
here.
thought I was gonna have it, and I probably could have brought it down, but it would have added another half hour to this whole
But it should be
presentation.
someplace, because this is what these people do these class actions on, rates.
Right.
And so you ought to have the analysis available.
Got it all set.
Someplace to,
Yeah, I've got it all set.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just needs to be brought forward, and it's gonna take at least a half hour to explain what we're doing and why we're doing it. But it's basically putting the township in a position where we're built out, and what happens to these funds if we don't do anything to these rates, and it doesn't look good.
And then you back up, and then you back it up.
Basically, well, that's,
I mean,
it's basically trying to give the
back-
board a
move
view
backward.
forward from that point in
Yeah.
time, so that we can act now as opposed to just hammering the residents with a buck here and
Yeah,
a
but
buck
you just have to
there.
clarify that
You
you're
know,
not
so we're
making
trying
money.
to get ahead
No,
of this.
no.
That's
is
what you
we're
have to
trying
make.
do.
No, that's the whole thing
You're
we
not
were
making
doing.
money.
We
But
based
we,
this-
but we can talk about that when we get to that, right?
Exactly,
All right.
yes, exactly.
Let's-
So,
Yeah, but that's what this is. It's-
Yeah, we based everything on this. If
Yeah.
development stopped today, are we bringing in enough revenue?
Yeah, I don't need to
Period.
know the analysis, but just have it available someplace.
it's
We'll
definitely.
we'll have it, guaranteed that'll be ready.
Yeah.
All right, so moving into the revenues, significant increases. State grants projected to increase $5,285,000, or some stupid percent. Primarily, I mean, it's 52,850%, so it's a stupid percent. Primarily due to a DWSRF grant loan, which is the $5,185,000. I know, it's a great one. To address the PFAS issue within the township. The funds are to be used to extend a water main down Parview from Andersonville Road to Dixie Highway, plus extend the water mains around Clarkston Gardens Pump Station where the PFAS concentration is at its worst. In addition, another state grant, a matching grant, was awarded in the amount of $100,000 for residential well testing to try and determine the source of the PFAS contamination. There are 6 other revenue accounts, all less than $5,000, that are increasing the revenue budget by about just under $7,000. Significant decreases to revenues. Other federal grants, ARPA, projected to decrease $1.2 million, or 72.7%, and is just the difference between ARPA projects scheduled in '22, which is the $1.65 million project, the Pine Knob Water Main Extension, versus the Clintonwood Park Water Main Extension at $450. Ready to serve charge projected to decrease $39,182, or 5.5%, due to budgeting too much in '22 based on projected new homes that did not happen. The '23 number is closer to actual, but is causing the negative variance. Tap-in fees are projected to decrease $8,000, or 6.7%, due to 8 less taps planned in '23 compared to '22. Capital charge projected to decrease 20,800 or 6.7 due to 8 fewer hookups planned in 23 compared to 22. Interest in rents projected to decrease 8816 or 30.9%, again due to less funds to invest and reduced interest rates due to the current economic conditions. And then there are 2 other revenue accounts, both less than 5,000, that are decreasing the revenue budget by 1919. Moving on to labor and benefits. There are no significant increases. There is one other labor item, less than 5,000, that's increasing the budget by $1,017. Significant decreases on the wage side. Full-time employees projected to decrease $11,895 or 2% due to the following. We've had annual pay step increases of $11,430. There was a decrease to the vacation payout of $221 and a decrease to the year-end accrual of $602. There were promotions for 2 employees that amounted to about $10,782. 1 employee retired, saving $53,283. 1 employee left the township, saving $65,001. And then we're looking at adding a new assistant DPW director for $85,000. Health insurance projected to decrease $9,996 or 7.2% due to a change in personnel. And then there are 7 other labor items, all less than $5,000, that are reducing the budget by $97.29. Moving on to operating debt. Significant increases. Contractual services projected to increase $249,500 or 221.4%, and due to several different things. The state grant, that matching grant, was awarded in the amount of $100,000, and the township needs to match that amount for a total spend of $200,000. These funds will be used for residential well testing to try and determine the source of PFAS contamination. Cross-connection inspections are ramping up in 2023.
That's between water and, or drainage and sewer?
The
Cross connection? Is that
cross connections,
sanitary and drainage?
yeah, drinking water and
Yeah.
sanitary.
The primary focus has been commercial, but the state is starting to push the residential side of these inspections.
That's an unfunded mandate. That's another, you have to do it. It's a Lansing law, and it's costing municipalities hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, we added $33,000. Was added to the 15 that we were already budgeting for commercial for these new residential inspections. Storage tank inspections to tanks 1, 2, and 3 was added at a cost of $15,000. And the annual DEQ water supply permit for Hillview Estates, Independence Township, and Deerwood is continuing to increase, so an additional $1,500 was added to the 2023 budget. Contractual service tapping materials is projected to increase $16,000 or 11.1%. due to adding more funds for outside contractors due to the projected number of new taps. Water sample testing projected to increase $25,000 or 147.1% due to UCMR5 water testing required by the EPA. This is a new expenditure based on federal requirements. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that one.
Yeah, unregulated contaminant monitoring requirements, round number 5. Thanks to the federal government and the Environmental Protection Agency, we've been anointed since the original UCMR, and we are the testing lab. They test for new kind of contaminants from drinking water throughout the country. It's on our dime, on our time, we have to report it all, and the EPA gathers all the data from all the, and then they create new laws for maximum contaminant levels. Just to give you an example, PFAS is on the list this year. Well, we're already ahead of the game, but we still have to do it. But there's other stuff that was, you know, it's bad for drinking water that was all regulated out of the UCMR testing. And we have to do it. You know, Safe Drinking Water Act requires us to follow the rules from the EPA.
Is the frequency of the testing increasing, or is
It's
this
usually
just-
every, UCMR, usually every 3 to 4 years, they come out with a new one. You know, they'll have a UCMR 6, and they have a whole list of new contaminants. On the UCMR 5, it's PFAS, microplastics are testing in drinking water now. Microplastics. That's a problem. You ever heard of that?
No.
Yeah,
Doesn't
neither
sound
did,
good.
neither did half the drinking industry until EPA said, oh, we're gonna test for microplastics. But we have to do it, you know, it's the right thing to do, we, you know, gotta follow the law, and, there's a cost to that. We get no relief for the cost. We have to, you know, absorb the cost.
Okay, moving on, electric at the pump houses projected to increase $30,000 or 10% in a continued effort to catch up with increasing electrical charges. Equipment repairs and maintenance, water mains projected to increase 5,000 or 16.7% due to adding an additional 5,000 to cover possible water main breaks. Depreciation projected to increase $166,051 or 10.8%. That's just based on the project schedule for 2023. Small equipment projected to increase $13,249 or 124% due to replacement computers, desktops, and laptops budgeted in 23 versus no replacements budgeted in 2022. Equipment meters projected to increase 9,000 or 22.5% based on expected new builds. And then there are 7 other expenditure items, all less than 5,000, that are increasing the budget by 14,225. Decreases, equipment repairs and maintenance projected to decrease $8,065 or 24.4% due to excessive repairs in 22 that are not expected to recur in 23. I'm knock on wood with that one. Equipment repairs and maintenance pumps is projected to decrease $20,000 or 50% due to unexpected well and pump maintenance at Hillview well number 3 that is not expected to recur in 23. Interest long-term debt projected to decrease $28,075 or 29.7% due to paying down the principal, which actually generates less interest expense. And there are 4 other expenditure items, all less than 5,000, that are reducing the budget by 5,125. Moving on to capital costs, significant increases. Again, we have the same kind of myriad of projects. That's mainly a difference. Building improvements, DPW building. There's just a myriad of things. I don't want to run through all of this again. Equipment is another one projected to increase 10,000 or 9.5% due to adding backwash pump replacements, 30,000, and reducing the VFD replacements by 20. Distribution system improvements projected to increase $5,159,635 or 752.8%. And again, due to budgeting more high-cost capital projects in 23. And again, that's where we have the Parview Walden at $5,185,000, Deerwood 2, elimination of dead-end water mains, change-out program for endpoints. We have the media replacement pilot study for $100,000, and that's all compared to 2022. Which we have, let's see here, well and pump rehab, $65,000 at Baycourt 2.
Yeah.
Change-out program, elimination of dead-end water mains, Clarkson Bluff booth-through pump, genset and ATS upgrades at $60,000. And there's one other capital item, less than $5,000, that's increasing the capital budget by $1,550. On the decrease side, equipment network upgrade projected to decrease $7,247 or 100%. Again, due to that project being completed in 22 and will not recur in 23. Distribution system improvements, ARPA, projected to decrease $1.2 million or 72.7%, which is just again the difference between the 2 ARPA projects scheduled in 22 compared to 23. And there's one other capital account, less than $5,000, that's decreasing the capital budget by $2,019. Fund balance. Overall fund balance is increasing from $33,144,555, and that's broken down between restricted at $26,094 compared to unrestricted at $7,049 or 49,000. And it's going up to $38,765,769, and that's split between restricted at $33,466,000 versus the unrestricted.
I think unrestricted is not.
Oh, well, that's not good.
Is it 5,299?
It's a difference between the two. Oh, it's a
Yeah.
$5,299,149.
Yeah.
It's right there. I just didn't put
5,299.
unrestricted on it. Okay. Like, what happened there? Let's see. Despite receiving $450,000 from ARPA and $5,185,000 in DWSRS loan proceeds, cash is dropping primarily due to large capital projects, which are reflected in the water CIP plan. Without the projected rate increase mentioned above, unrestricted fund balance or cash would drop to $3,890,399 at the end of 2025, compared to the $5,299,000 that we
It's a big
currently
difference.
have in the budget.
50 cents makes a big difference.
Yeah, it does. And then other items here that were not budgeted that could impact this budget, again, major equipment breakdowns, building repairs or system repairs. And that is it. Are there any questions to the water fund? And then the last but not least, Sashabaw Drain Maintenance Fund. And again, the Sashabaw Drain Maintenance Fund has been established to account for the maintenance and improvement costs incurred in accordance with the asset management plan. Revenue for the improvements and maintenance of the drain will be generated via a user fee that will be determined at a future date in accordance with Chapter 14 of the Code of Ordinances. Per Section 14, should be the last couple pages in your packet. Yeah, per Section 14-59. Rates may be modified in the reasonable exercise of discretion by the Township Board in accordance with the Board's determination of the existing and reasonable anticipated costs of operating and maintaining the system, including amounts set aside for repairs and replacements reasonably anticipated to be needed in the future. Initially, the Sashabaw Drain Maintenance Fund will use their fund balance existing after the closeout of the Sashabaw Regional Drain Special Assessment Fund for improvement and maintenance costs, which we have done. It started with around $600,000, and based on what I'm seeing here, and that is now down to, if 22 comes true, we'll be down to about $88,000. So the numbers are going down, but let's run through this real quick. There's not a lot here. In summary, revenues are projected to decrease $378, or 31.3%. Operating costs, capital outlay projected to remain flat, and our overall reduction to fund balance came in about $34,670, which is $378, or 1.1% less than 22. Assumptions basically follow the asset management plan for 23, 24, 25, continuing budgeting for legal due to legal issues associated with the drain. Increases, revenues, no significant. There is one other item that's increasing the budget by $822. Expenditures, there are really no real significant decreases. Or increases, I should say. Yep, and then this one's structured a little different, it's confusing me. Significant decreases, again, there's nothing on the revenue side. There is one other account that's decreasing the budget by $1,200. And then on the expenditure side, there are no decreases. So with no revenues coming in, we are deficit spending, which is planned, but we have a fund balance to cover it, so we're considered balanced. The fund balance will drop from $88,935 to a negative $15,075 by the end of '25. The fund balance projected to go in the red. The question becomes, when do we start assessing a user fee to begin building the fund balance back up? We're good for a couple years, but we need to do something soon in order to start bringing that back up. Are there any questions with that one? No? And we are done.
All right, good job, Rick. Good job. Buy that man a Long Island iced tea.
Yeah.
You're not gonna let that go, are you?
Not tonight.
Okay.
Well, maybe.
Too funny.
We have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, without.
All right. We're ready to move forward, right?
Appreciate it.
Item N, reports, and Building Department Monthly Report, October 2022. Any board member comments?
Just want to say thank you and good luck to you in the future. and-
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate it. That's been an honor to be with all of you.
Thank you as well, Jerry.
Yep.
Thank you.
You had
It's been a pleasure.
had hard work and a lot
Thank
of
you.
projects in mind that you didn't see to fruition, but hopefully you put in a good baseline for the board, and
Yeah,
maybe we can
hopefully.
still move forward with
Absolutely.
them, so I
Absolutely.
appreciate your time and your effort.
And everything's in good hands.
Sure. Well, I also want to thank you for your service, Jerry, and
Thank you.
and that from the bottom of my heart, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Looking forward to see you sometimes and get some input from you as well. So, you know.
Sounds good.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, I'm available.
Glad we could keep you up late.
Jerry?
So the last time you'll hear me say move to adjourn.
Okay, it's
well,
my last.
hold on. I would like to say one more thing.
Yeah.
Well, I want to take the opportunity also to, because I know a lot of people watch the board meetings on YouTube now. I see a lot of views. Every board meeting, we have more than 100 views. Last time we have, at one point, we almost get a couple hundred views, which is very interesting. That, you know, since we have that, but that is for the public to, if they want to make an opinion, a comment, they
Right.
can utilize, is WebEx, correct? But in YouTube, people can see these board meetings anytime, so it's very interesting. So I want to take time to invite everyone that is watching for my swearing-in ceremony on November 18th. It's going to be at 6:30 here in the Township Hall, so everybody's welcome to come. The door's going to be open, and that's all I want to say. And thank you for that.
Thank you. All right, it's motion to adjourn has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Who seconded? I didn't get it.
Paul.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
New board members?